So as the clock ticks round to midday, welcome to Didsbury Cricket Club for this Premier Division fixture between Didsbury and Oulton Park. You'll see we're all just about ready to go. Oulton Park have won the toss and chosen to bat first on a beautiful day, and we're going to see Nick Anderson coming into bowl to Danny Leach. Old adversaries, these two, know each other very well, and it should be a good battle between these two, and a good battle between these two teams today in prospect. Both coming off the backs of wins last week. Oops, as Anderson has passed the edge there early on. And yes, we're all set fair for a really good day's cricket. As I say, Oulton Park winning the toss, choosing to bat first. Understandably, it's a super looking pitch, very fast outfield here at Didsbury. As you're looking at it on your picture today, the shorter boundary is well, to Danny Leach's offside, to the right hand side of your screen, and I'm sure all the players will be eyeing that up. Leach nicely away there, clipping it away. It's going to be a couple, I think. No, just a cautious one to start with. And this brings on to strike the tall Andy Mills. Left-handers for Didsbury to start at. Nick Anderson tends to go over the wicket to them anyway, and that's well dug out. Andy Mills, the field that we've got, you can see the two slips in your picture. There's a backward point. That's Tim Hughes, Steve Green at cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. Noah Crows is at backward square leg, and Liam Booth we'll see shortly. Down at fine leg. Some interest. There's another one. Whistle past the edge. Good first over from Nick Anderson. Just a one off it, and plenty of questions asked of the batsman there. They had to look at every ball. And it will be Liam Booth. You'll see him coming into shot from the far end, the Fletcher Moss end. Let's get you in there, Liam. So just organising the field. It'll be fairly similar, I would imagine. I think we've got James Green in at backward square leg now. And Dan Ward's gone down to fine leg, so we're just organising ourselves. A couple of slips. Marcus Fisher, Raza Mian there. Tim Hughes at backward point, and Noah Crow's coming across to cover. Steve Green extra cover. You might see Nick Anderson walking into shot occasionally. He's at mid off, mid on. Backward square leg, so a big gap on that leg side for Danny Leach to aim at through mid wicket. Very experienced player. Danny started the season really well. Did he get a ton first week? Yeah, I thought so. My memory served me right. Yes, 100 on the opening day of the season for Danny as Liam Booth is in to him. And so he started the season in very good form. Leach, very experienced player, been around a long time now, and very pleasant guy as well. Loves his cricket, loves his club, and great ambassador. He served Cheshire very well for many years, and still churning out the runs and the performances for Oulton Park. That's off the edge. He's got kept it down. They didn't go too hard at it. Got a single. It's away to backward points, right hand. Tim Hughes looking like he just caught that one a bit awkwardly there as he sprawled to field it. Didn't fully drive at that, Danny Leach, just as well. He just held back. Had he really gone through with his shot, it would have been a catch, but kept it down. So Andy Mills on strike now to Liam Booth. The sort of day I think we've been waiting for a while. It's a lovely late spring, hinting at early summer, and a lovely day for cricket. Should be a really good match, this one. As Andy Mills has gone for that gap, he's not got hold of it fully. It's going to be cut off inside the boundary. Good chase back from James Green. It's a single. Yes, I think if they've got the full face on that, there's no chance of stopping it, but nonetheless he'll be pleased to open his account. So both sides coming off the backs of good wins last week. Beating Toft. Didsbury pulling off an amazing win at Chester Boughton Hall. Really was something. That a number of players missing. As a former player at Didsbury was getting married, so a number were invited to the wedding. Fancy getting married on a match day. Whoever thinks of doing that? Anyway, somebody did evidently, but but a week in Didsbury side nonetheless produced a stunning 102-run win at Chester, and they'll be looking to follow that up today. They lost their last home game to Hyde. They won both their away matches, so they'll be looking to put that right today. And a nice tidy start by the Didsbury opening bowlers. Oulton Park well aware of the importance of batting the overs, and 55 over side matches, so a long time to bat. So Anderson's in, that's flown off the edge and it's going to be 4 runs. No chance of that being stopped. Hard edge by Andy Mills, but well wide of the slips. Anderson choosing to have the fine leg rather than the third man back behind the batsman. But he'll be encouraged with that nonetheless, even though it's gone for 4. Batsman tempted to drive and will have had his heart in his mouth for a few moments, I'm sure. Well, that's again off the edge, but that's a more controlled shot, and he's going to do well to pull that in, Marcus Fisher. No, he's given it up again. 4 more. That one off the edge that time. Successive 4s for Andy Mills. Same area, but a different sort of shot. That one more guided. Oulton Park into double figures. Lovely part of the world, Oulton Park. It's down in rural Cheshire, better known for the racetrack perhaps. You can often, when you're at the ground, hear the cars or whatever meeting racing round. But a lovely part of the world. Reasonably long trip for them today to come up to Didsbury. Sandy Mills is pushing that one out. It's James Green doing the fielding at mid-wicket. Seeing now actually that Noah Crows has gone into 3rd slip position. So, James Green screen in front of, well, it's just two on the front on the leg side. Spread those slips as well. And this last ball of the over, edge will come their way, but no, safely left alone. So see the opening salvos from both Didsbury bowlers. There's a few options in the Didsbury attack today. We see James Green with his pace, and we'll certainly see Steve Green and Raza Mian with the spin, possibly Dan Ward as well. Youngster who played in last week's win at Chester. But for now it'll be this Booth-Anderson combination for a little while, I would think, unless something goes badly awry. That's nicely done. Yeah, he tends to find left-handers a bit easier to bowl at. It tends to swing in to the right-handers. It's going to cross the left-hander. He's been a terrific servant for Didsbury and a very reliable operator with a new ball. A couple of crucial wickets last week at Chester. 6 for on the opening day as well, so started the season very well with the ball as Liam. Nicely stroked out, right out into the covers, but that's Noah Cross out there on the 30-yard circle. It was beautifully hit, but perhaps too well hit. And understandably at this early stage, no risks need to be taken with risky runs. It's nicely driven again. Won't be in any hurry. He's played plenty of these games and knows it's a long time on a day like this. It's a day to get yourself in. Umpire John Potts at that end. A friend of mine. I always give John a bit of a tease him about his flower pot hat, but he'll tell you very proudly it was a gift to him from another umpire. He wears very proudly every game, and good for him. He's a good guy, John, and loves this game. Very good umpire. 2 good umpires here today, so we should be in safe hands there. Liam Booth completes a maiden over, the first one of the innings. Burst of those 2 4s in that last over, but the run rate will be of no real consequence until later in the game. I think you're all aware of that by now, but it's a little graphic to look at nonetheless at times. So Anderson to resume battle with Andy Mills. 3 slips in again. So he'll be looking to attempt that drive. And it does defeat me why they haven't got... but he doesn't come round to third man, but there we are. He's very wide, actually, more like long leg rather than fine leg. Much wider position, that's driven out to the offside. Sam Leach coming round at mid-on, just out of your picture. Fielding well. It's always nice to look out from our scorebox position here at Didsbury. It's a lovely tree-lined ground, and the blue sky, lovely bright warm sun. We're at about 8 o'clock as you're looking at it on your picture. Our view of the game, myself and Inga Beavers, the Oulton Park scorer. She'll keep me right today. At least I'm hoping she will. Need all the help I can get doing this. Oh, and that's beaten him. Nicely bowled. The batsmen will be expecting this early on. They know they're going to... They shouldn't be getting any free runs at this level, and they're going to get the test, so that's all part, particularly these early stages. Well, when that's off the edge and caught, Tim Hughes has caught it at backward point. Yeah, that drive, he did tempt the drive in the end, Nick Anderson, and Tim Hughes, a very smart catch at backward point. And that's well bowled, kept the ball up. Andy Mills had driven in the last over on a couple of occasions, got away with it, but on that one, into the safe hands of Tim Hughes at backward point. So first wicket for Didsbury. That's 11 for 1. So Andy Mills out for 9, a couple of fours. As he's replaced by Jimmy O'Sullivan. You'll see him coming into shot shortly. Just the start that Didsbury will have wanted. Kept it fairly tight. So those 2 fours were off the edge. There's Jimmy O'Sullivan now coming in, and there's been a lot of questions being asked by this opening Didsbury attack, and they've got that early breakthrough there, which was will please them greatly. Another left-handed bowl at in Jimmy O'Sullivan. Just one ball for him to face in this over. You'll see those 3 slips still there. That's the backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And fine leg the other fielders as Nick Anderson comes in. Nicely forward Jimmy O'Sullivan, solidly forward. But that's a wicket maiden, and successive maidens for Didsbury. So they'll be delighted with that. 11 for 1 off 5. Just the start Didsbury will have wanted. Two batsmen just having a good chat. As Hughes is in action again. Danny Leach poking forward that first ball of the Newley and Booth over. He's a very good fielder, Tim, but he always looks like he's in the wars. Looks like it's the hardest job in the world, but he's very adept at it. was a good smart catch. Went down. That he took in the previous over. It's very easy to fumble those. And that's just what you don't want when you've been asked to bowl first. An early chance going down can really deflate morale, but it was very safely taken. To give Didsbury a platform they wanted. That's it, Danny Leach, I think, on the thigh pad somewhere. James Green smartly in. Just saw him there, and see him in action at some point, I would imagine, with the ball. Be hot work for him today, though. Really developing some good pace, James Green. But, as I say, it'll be Anderson and Booth. There's Danny Leach. Very good judgment. Fine player. He's been one of the first Premier League cricket matches I ever saw. It was back in 2008, and Danny and I think it was Johnny Kettle were opening for Oulton Park. They put on an awful lot of runs. The Oulton Park were a formidable unit for many years at that time in Cheshire cricket. Nathan Dumoulin was captaining, a former Derbyshire player, and a couple of other ex-pros playing, and Danny and Johnny Kettle at the top of the order. Oof, goodness me, what an outfit they were. That's nicely forward, so another maiden over, 3 in a row for Didsbury. And very tidy start from the bowlers there. We're very pleased with that indeed. Anderson in again to Jimmy O'Sullivan. Nicely turned. He's found the gap. I think, yeah, there's easy run there. And Dan Ward's missed it as well. The second slide, there should be 2 there. Yep. 2 fielders went across. James Green to try and stop it. Dan Ward scrambled round from mid-on, and he slid and missed it as well. So a little bit untidy perhaps, but it was a nice shot from Jimmy O'Sullivan right at the middle of the bat. Say again. Okay. Thank you. Jimmy O'Sullivan been playing for Cheshire under 18s. There's a lot of Cheshire pedigree at Oulton Park. Danny Leach represented Cheshire for many years. I think he and Warren Goodwin may still hold the record opening partnership in minor counties cricket. That's a lovely shot. It's nicely played. Unlucky not to get anything more for that. That was sweetly hit. Stam Leach around quickly at mid-off. So yeah, plenty of batting pedigree at Oulton Park. That's very full again. Leach into action this time. He's getting some good-natured stick from his teammates. That last shot was really, really well, and he stopped it but fumbled it, and they were having a go at him for not fielding it cleanly. I'd have been happy just to get something behind it, I'll tell you. Well, that one there was nicely taken. Hit very well again, Jimmy O'Sullivan. That was another one out of the middle. Let's edge that into his pad. Nicely turned, but straight to Dan Ward this time at mid-on. So no run for off that last ball of the over. But Oulton Park at least getting the scoreboard going a little. 2 in that over after those 3 successive maidens. To resume Danny Leach, beg your pardon, to resume battle. 15 balls without scoring now, Danny Leach. I don't know if that's I don't think it'll bother him overly. He knows. As I say, he's been playing a long time, and will be quite happy to sit in and accumulate here. He knows the runs will come if you can stay in, especially on a ground like Didsbury's, where the outfield is so fast. It's in fabulous condition. And there's a single there. He's broken that run of dots. And he only got the one, but again, it ran away so quickly. The fielders were scrabbling a little bit to try and stop it. There might possibly have been 2 at a different stage of the game, but so a chance for Jimmy O'Sullivan to have a first look at Liam Booth. Nicely forward. These 2 teams played a remarkable game, the last league fixture they met in last season, when at Oulton Park, when Didsbury were batting first and were 29 for 6. And through Nick Anderson and Sam Leach, they managed to score something in the region of 250 in the end. It was quite astonishing as recoveries go. That's one, not quite where I think he was intending it, Jimmy O'Sullivan. I think he was looking more leg side there. It squirted off a leading edge, but all along the ground. But he still gets a run for it, so he'll take that. Didsbury had surpassed all expectations last year, runners up in the Premier Division. They've started fairly well this year, as I say, with 2 wins from the first 3, although that defeat was in the last home game to Hyde, when they, looking like they should have got 280 and ended up with 229 and lost by quite a margin. They batted the full 55 last week, batting first, and I'll encourage them, but today a different challenge for them to bowl first time they've done that this season, so let's see how they adapt. They're doing okay so far. Last ball of this 8th over. Let's flick the pad down the leg side and over called, so 2 off that over. So that's 15. See the Oulton Park scorecard. Enger thinks that's the batting order you're seeing there, but something like we're certain to see Rob Semi next, I think, who is always good to watch. Terrific player, Rob, and has been in great form as well. 100 last weekend in the league, and then a long trip up to Northumberland to play for Cheshire the following day in the T20 qualifying tournament, and 2 outstanding innings he played there as well, which meant Cheshire qualified for finals day. But Oulton Park will be hoping he's not going to bat for some time yet. We're just going to have a change of angle here. I think Nick Anderson's going to try around the wicket. So First time in this match, but even though with all the left-handers batting, the bowlers have decided to come around the wicket. Oh no, that's a bit of an iffy shot first of all from Jimmy Sullivan. I'm glad he missed that one. Rather expansive cut intended. Whizzing past the edge. Oh, he's just lost his run up there, Nick. He just saw. Still has 3 slips and the backward point in. Anderson around the wicket. And Liam Booth, the only one back, always looks so that's definitely long leg. He's out there. He's not even at fine leg. Very square long leg. It's between backwards square leg and fine leg. I'm never quite sure why, because there haven't been any balls bowled that have looked remotely like going down there, and even if they did, well, surely that would be a misdirected ball. A bowler of Nick Anderson's quality, more likely to find the outside edge, so why not have a third man instead? But anyway, that's their choice. In and round, defended out into backward point region. Captain Martin East outside the scorebox, surveying what he's looking at. Good toss to win, and absolutely the right decision, I think, to bat first. Oh goodness, that one almost spun back, well, seemed to spin back, well, certainly very close to the stumps. We can't quite see exactly the angle from here, but again, it'll have been a heart in mouth moment. Jimmy O'Sullivan not getting right over the ball, and it could have gone anywhere, but he survived. So the last ball of this 9th over. Again, he's got that nice clip away, but this time James Green comes down to field it. So made an over. Nick Anderson's second. Start for Liam Booth, whizzing one past the edge there. That was a play and miss. Danny Leach. And again, wide ball was signalled this time by umpire John Potts. So the first extra of the innings. wicketkeeper just shouting something, some advice, ideas to Nick Anderson. White off. Nice shot, clipped out very quickly, but straight to Noah Crows on the 30-yard circle again. A couple of times he's done that now, Danny Leach, possibly timed it too well. Straight to the man. And, fine fielder Noah Crows, the overseas player for Didsbury this year. The wicket keepers, we've got him and Sam Leach, who can keep wicket very well in the side, as well as Charlie Lowen, who's doing the job. Good probing over from Liam Booth. He's just got to stay patient. It really will be a battle between these two experienced cricketers. So the last ball of the 10th over. There's let go, so just the wide only run in that over. So Didsbury will be the happier of the two after the first 10. Oulton Park 16-4-1. Anderson is going to continue around the wicket to Jimmy O'Sullivan. Nice shot, and that's down the ground. It's going to be a bit of a chase for Sam Leach. Should make it. Oh, there might have been two, but no, Sam Leach back quickly. It's just a single. Nicely struck, but not quite cleanly enough for Jimmy O'Sullivan to get full benefit. Single though, he'll take that. He's actually overtaken Danny Leach now. But all that matters for Oulton Park is the total. Beat him well and truly. Danny Leach groping at thin air there. First Nick for a couple of overs now in this match, so Nick Anderson really asking a lot of questions. Off the edge, but nicely fielded by Noah Crows, just diving across there. You can see that third slip. Soft hands from Danny Leach, just dropping the ball down into the ground. Fingers off, brought a delicious array of sweets across. So there may be some mumbled commentary for a short while, because they're far too tempting for me. I shall resist for now, nobly, dear viewers, but don't bank on that lasting too much longer. played out, so another testing over survived. And Didsbury will now be, I think, really pleased with this indeed. It's been a probing start. Nothing to hit really for Oulton Park. One or two slightly over pitch, but not been able to get them past the fielders. And so these first 11 overs accruing just 17 runs for them, but they've only lost one wicket, which they will be delighted with. I suppose that is, of course, still losing lots of wickets. Now Charlie Lowen's come up to the stumps now. They test out Jimmy O'Sullivan as Liam Booth bowls to him. It's the two slips in there. Tim Hughes has just scurried back in front of us and he's bringing the helmet out for Charlie Lowen. Oh, I didn't think of that straight away. I can't think why any wicketkeeper would stand up without a helmet when they're available. So yeah, the two slips, and it's still that same well, forward squarely now James Green, mid on, and 4 saving 1 on the offside. That's off the edge, and that should be, oh, it's going to come round for Dan Ward at third man. Well wide of backward point. And that's an example of good field positioning. You've got a third man in there for that edge, precisely for that shot. Fine leg in there. The bowler not getting any more punish. That's another one past the edge. It's a beauty. Yeah, as I was saying, the third man there to stop that edge, that shouldn't really go for a boundary. If he'd been out at fine leg, that would have been 4 off what is a full shot, so it makes much more sense to me to have a third man. Oh, it's a bit wider. Danny Leach wanting to feel about on the ball on the bat. You can see 3 off 37 for him now. They're 15 dots in a row now after that earlier longish string. He's got a big gap on that leg side. If he can just get back on ball, he's driven that hard into the ground. They're out to mid off. You may be able to hear plenty of noise from the Didsbury fielders who are aware that he's not finding run scoring easy at the moment, Danny. That's off the edge but through. Second slip. And that's gone all the way for 4. That's just out of the reach of the third man scurrying round. So not where he intended by any means, Danny Leach, but safe enough shot all along the ground through Razamian's hands as he sprawled on the floor. It slipped Danny Leach's first boundary, and a welcome one. It's the first boundary since the third over at all for Oulton Park. That takes them to into the 20s now. 22 for 1 after 12. Anderson in round the wicket to Jimmy O'Sullivan, who's a strange kind of seemed to be taking a stride or two down the wicket there. then jumped back a bit awkwardly. Looked a bit awkward, but defended well enough in the end. No alarms. Folks dotted around the ground, enjoying the lovely weather here. Great place to watch cricket, Didsbury. Probably get a bit busier as the afternoon goes on. Just an idyllic sort of scene at the moment. It's a lovely, bright, sunny, warm day. We've all been longing for this for a while. It's another nicely hit but well fielded Steve Green straight in there smartly at cover. I was going to say it's a fourth straight weekend of dry weather, certainly for Cheshire cricket, so it's quite unusual to have 4 straight weekends with no weather interruptions of any real significance, but very welcome. Gosh, very welcome indeed. Today the best of them all so far this season. Sullivan just defending that one there. Yeah, we've had a bit of a stiff breeze on other occasions and the sun's come and gone, but today very, very gentle, and you can just see a few trees being lightly ruffled, but absolutely lovely for playing cricket. He's down the pitch again there, Jimmy O'Sullivan to the pitch of the ball, defends it out, maiden over, and Nick Anderson right on the money there, and a good spell from him. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 12. Only leading by example, but Liam Booth has been no less accurate. You can see the very patient partnerships here. Actually, according to me, they've had 50 balls in this partnership because of that wide, and that's the 11 runs added. So, but Oulton Park know the importance of batting and batting and batting. Sounded nice and solid out in the middle of Danny Leach's bat. That's nicely driven by Danny Leach, and that's a much better shot. He found the boundary the last over off the edge rather fortuitously, but that was the best shot of the match today. Not that we've had that many, but nonetheless that was a very pleasant off drive, and I feel a lot better about life with that. That was out of the middle where he intended it, through the gap, nicely timed, no chance for anybody, even though it's a longish boundary here on this offside to your left hand side. Danny Leach's offside. It was nicely timed, no chance for Noah Crows to cut that one off. And an immediate result is that Charlie Lowen has come up to the stumps now. So just another readjustment for the batsman. And that's nicely flipped away, and again that's going to be 4 more, I think. I can't actually see the ball from where I am going down, but on that there's no protection on that leg side. That was 2 straight from Liam Booth, and Danny Leach cashing in there very nicely. The fielders knew once it was past them that it was probably going to be a bit of a lost cause, and so it proved. So 2 4s in this over from Danny Leach, and just showing the virtue of staying patient, staying in there. And nicely defended. So that's the best over of the match for Oulton Park's perspective. 8 from it, and 8 very convincing runs off the bat of Danny Leach. You can see he's moved into those double figures now, 15 for him, and 3 4s. 3 4s and 6 balls actually. One he didn't know much about, but the 2 in that over very nicely hit. So Didsbury just got to go again this over. Nick Anderson, his 8th over. He's pulled a very accurate length, Nick Anderson. Batsman's had to play it just about everything he's bowled. That's nicely pushed into the gap, and that, but I thought he'd timed that a bit better. No, it's just a single. I thought for a moment that it was going to rocket away, but it was just pushed out. Big gap there on that offside between backward point and cover. Nicely found, Jimmy O'Sullivan. Just nudges that round. So staying round the wicket, sorry, coming back over the wicket now for Danny Leach, isn't he, Nick? Just checking that there. Full length, but nicely driven, well fielded out to Steve Green in the covers. He'll have a fair bit of work to do today, I would imagine, Steve, with the ball. For now, very handy the cover, extra cover region he's in. Oh, and it's a big appeal, huge appeal there, you can see from the Didsbury players, and umpire Martin Roberts says no interest from him, and Danny Leach survives. One off the over. Certainly a very confident shout as they go, but as you can see there, Nick Anderson through 8 overs now. Just 1 for 13, a super spell from him. Taking the 1 wicket to fall. Thought he had another one there, but the umpire not convinced that he'd heard anything. So the decision has to be not out, of course. I must say, from all my umpiring experience, the caught behind is the hardest decision to give and to get. So difficult to judge. Of course, the fielding side are always going to be confident they've heard something. But, very, very tricky ones, those decisions. So we're going to the 16th over. Still Didsbury doing well to keep scoring opportunities to a minimum. Last Liam Booth over went for 8 runs, and that was the joint most expensive of the innings. So 2 lots of 8 runs off overs, but few and far between. And the 2 Andy Mills hit, I don't think, with all due respect, he knew a huge amount about. Certainly not where he would wanted them to go. 2 in the last over from Danny Leach, really nicely played. But other than those 2, it's been a lot of hard work for the batsmen, and they've had to really be at their best. Oh, that's up in the air and poked right out, but I thought there's a loud shout of weight there from Danny Leach. I thought for a moment that had gone further back down the pitch, but actually it squirted out into a gap. No chance of a catch. Noah Crow's coming in. He's at cover. Noah right on that 30-yard circle. But it'll have been uppish, and again, heart in mouth time for a moment. Jimmy O'Sullivan. Oh, that's slashed. That's gone wide of mid-off. Dan Ward coming round and doing well to get there. A single in the end, not timed by Jimmy O'Sullivan. Wasn't a chance, it was into the gap. Dan Ward was just filling in. I think Nick Anderson's just gone down to third man for a breather. It's hot work bowling. So Dan Ward, who was down there, has come into his position at mid-off, but that was well wide of him. A single's the result. Beautifully bowled. Lots of encouragement for Liam Booth. The last ball of his 8th over. Another good one from him, just one from it. Plenty of questions asked for the batsman, 1 or 2 nervy moments. He's going to continue on. It's a terrific effort to be bowling this many overs in one go. And it's first short one he's bowled. It's mispulled by Jimmy O'Sullivan. He's going to get a couple. He's not timed that. Having said he's not timed it, it's almost gone to the boundary. James Green's had to scurry back. But, 2 runs. That's the second 2 of the match, and both to Jimmy O'Sullivan. Got off the mark with a 2. another one there. It's nicely driven again, but straight to the hands of Sam Leach at mid-off. Oh, and that's nicely hit now. Jimmy O'Sullivan's been looking for that and found that gap nicely. He's rocked back a few times hoping to get that shot away, and this time it's worked. All along the ground, well wide of backward point, and 4 runs. The result going to have a slight delay because it's gone under a car out of shot. I think they've found it. Yeah, they have. And by the looks of it as well, I think Nick Anderson has decided he's going to come back over the wicket. Let's give Jimmy O'Sullivan too much width there. Effort, that grunt from Nick Anderson getting louder. As I say, I don't blame him. It's hot work bowling today, and 9 overs off the reel is a big effort. Nice shot, and that's gone through the gap at mid wicket, and that will be 4. There's 2 fielders in pursuit, but they're not going to stop it. Very nicely timed, Jimmy O'Sullivan. 4 through mid wicket to finish the over. On my score sheet, there it is. Seem to be having a few. There we go. Slight problem with the mouse and the computer. So there we go. 42-4-1 is the score, and you can see the boost that the 10 runs off that last over have given Oulton Park's Manhattan at this early stage. And a couple of nice 4s, first boundaries for Jimmy O'Sullivan in that over. See again, overtakes Danny Leach. Not that that will bother him particularly. Just more the Oulton Park camp, just focused on that total. And that's off the edge, and that's gone on the inside edge, and that was a very much a false shot. Danny Leach, he's got 4 for it. Be a relieved man with that. Nicely bowled. Danny Leach going for the drive, flew off the inside edge. I heard the shout of frustration from Nick Anderson, the captain, who's down here at third man. Danny Leach holding a hand up in some sort of apology. He knows there's no need to apologise. It's 4 runs, that's the game, so on we go. Still after that period of patience from Oulton Park. And 24 runs now have come in this last 5 over spell, so better for them. Healthier scoring rate. Very full and wide, just stung wicketkeeper Charlie Lowen's hands a bit there. Interesting game. We just had just over an hour's cricket now. Oh, that's in the air, but in the end well short of James Green at square leg. Just looped out. I thought it might have gone a bit, from our angle, a bit deceptive, but actually was well short of him. Yeah, just had just over an hour. We got 16 overs in that first hour, according to me anyway. Fingers nodding ahead in agreement. Which is not a bad effort with the two quicker bowlers, longer run-ups. Very warm day. Be an energy sapping job bowling. Oh, missed that one, Danny Leach. But that try very full. It's been the one short delivery that I can recall in these 18 overs. A really disciplined effort from Nick Anderson and Liam Booth, which it has to be on this ground. Nicely behind that one. So 4 off the first ball, but then no more runs. Martin East is just quickly running a drink on for one of the players. That was agreed beforehand. That's absolutely fine as long as it's not wasting time. It's not a problem. As I say, it's hot work for the cricketers. Yeah, it is still Nick. Just out of the scorebox window. He's going to have a 10th over, Nick Anderson. And just checking there, he's going to come over the wicket, so Danny Leach just needs to move across. Running to Jimmy O'Sullivan. That last ball over the previous over for 4. I may go a bit quiet for a little while because it's about lunchtime for me now as well. I was just looking at that. That's nicely driven, but really well fielded by Dan Ward at mid-on. That's excellent work from the young man. He was across quickly there, and that was travelling. Just gets might have just seen a tap there from Noah Crowe, was appreciating that fine piece of fielding because that looked like it was 4 runs. Nicely timed, really well hit, and a tumbling stop from the young man. Do his confidence good. Very full again. Driven Sam Leach around this time smartly. So 2 nice shots from Jimmy O'Sullivan, but no runs. Just a test of his patience. That's jammed down again. He's no idea where that's gone. The answer is it's gone out to Backward square leg, James Green round. Stab down on it with the inside edge. Just one left in this over. Anderson into Danny Leach. Nicely driven, but Sam Leach, namesake but no relation, will field it mid-off. So another very good over from Captain Nick Anderson. And that's been a really excellent 10 overs from him. See these two now. I did 36. It's taken them 86 balls according to me. That one on for the wide. Still can't get the scoring program to adjust for, but there we are. But nonetheless, solid partnership. And 14 overs or so it's taken them, but the important thing is that Oulton Park get themselves into a good position to have wickets in hand, of course. As Liam Booth is going to also embark on a 10th over. And that's up in the air but well over the field. That's Dan Ward charging round. From third man it's gone through his hands. Oh dear. And a misfield. He was sliding, stopping the ball, Dan Ward, and it was going fairly quickly anyway. And a misfield costs 3 runs, as they'd already crossed for the 1, but ground of frustration down when that slipped through his hands, but that can happen. He's going to get his head up now, focus on this next ball. That put the Oulton Park 50 up, that 4. This 20th over, so they've certainly been steady about it. It's going around about 2.5. Jimmy O'Sullivan into the 20s with that third 4 for him. Almost fortuitous of the 3 that he's hit. They're saying a big drive to that previous ball, whizzing past the edge. It's a nice, much more composed shot. See, that's another example. I thought I heard something there, and there wasn't a word from anybody on the field. It's just by far the hardest decision to judge in cricket. The caught behind the thin edge. I heard something very clearly here, and absolutely no response from anybody out there. So clearly nothing. So as with the previous Liam Booth over, the first balls went for 4, and then it's been the probing over, and this one, although the 4 not exactly where Jimmy O'Sullivan will have, in the manner he'd have intended it. Nonetheless, it was 4, but here's the last ball of this 20th over, and again it's a carbon copy of Liam Booth's previous over. 10 overs for him, none for 27. Those 2 maidens. Excellent spell from him, but you can see from Oulton Park's point of view, the scorecard looking a little healthier now. The 50 on the board. It's taken them 20 overs, but they are not untroubled by that. We're going to have a bowling. Well, certainly Nick Anderson is having a chat with his wicket keeper, one of his senior players, and I think this is going to be Steve Green. It is going to be Steve Green. His left arm, well, I presume it'll be over the wicket to the left-handers. So Scott's microphone there. Those footsteps you heard were his brother James, who's come right down to deep backward square leg on the boundary straight away. There we are. So we'll just see what he's going to do fielding wise. You can see Marcus Fisher is going to stay, I think, in that vicinity of, well, it's more like second slip, isn't it, really, where he is. He's saying she thinks it's first. I want to go 1.5 then. But it's quite wide anyway, but he's got, let's have a look. Raza is in just at short mid-wicket, as Steve Green is in to Daniel Leach, who drives out. He's got 3 men on the offside, Steve Green. That's one of them, Sam Leach at cover. Backward point mid-off. So mid-on, short mid-wicket, extra cover. Sorry, mid-wicket, I beg your pardon, backward square leg and deep backward square leg for Daniel Leach. As I was saying, I think Steve Green's going to have a lot of bowling to do today. It's hot work and quite a lot of patience. But he's just the man. Super player for Didsbury. Very fine player. Batsman, bowler, good fielder. Another one in the Cheshire side, the Cheshire T20 side last weekend. And straight on the spot here. Oh, nicely done. He's beaten him there in the flight. Maiden over for Steve Green to start with. Let's just see if we're going to go all spin from the other end. I think Raza Man doesn't seem to be coming near. James Green seems to be looking like he is going to bowl. See the excellent opening burst from Nick Anderson and Liam Booth. 10 overs apiece there. So that's 51 runs of it, as it is going to be James Green. So 2 brothers bowling. Very different types of bowler. James Green, you can see, pacing out a lengthy run up. And will be aiming to put this ball down as quick as he possibly can. And he has been sharp this season, James Green. One player that I think Didsbury looked to really bang it in if they decide to go down that line of attack. And he's going to be coming round the wicket straight away to the left-handed Jimmy O'Sullivan. He's just got one slip. Marcus Fisher's there at slip, backward point, cover mid-off. Oh, still not happy with the screen. Sam Leach, you might see there just waving his arms in a bit of exasperation. What do you want? Hands on hips now, trying to work out which way they want which screen moving. That okay? Everybody happy with that? Sam Leach taking that imagined applause for those staring up to the sight screen. He's got to come up now to mid-on. It's James Green. See him coming in round the wicket. Very full indeed. Off the pads. I think we're going to get our first leg by here, Inga. We are indeed. Come on, John. Sideways on, please. Dear. Very full. Going across the batsman. And just the second extra in 22 overs. So again, another Testament to Didsbury's accuracy and discipline in the field. It's pointing out to me where the fielders are, she can see. And Danny Leach digs that one out. There's 3 on the offside, but it's between 2 of them, so that's a single. Good call from Danny Leach, straight away. That's backward point and cover. Tim Hughes, Noah Crows there. Just trying to get across, and there's Nick Anderson at mid-off. So yeah, mid-on, mid-wicket, backward square leg, and then we've got fine leg and third man. That was not a foul shot, but off the inside half of the bat. Jimmy O'Sullivan, that's his 50th delivery now he's faced, so he'll be getting well used to things out there. Well, that's all along the ground, but I think that's just going to be 1 run. Liam Booth coming around the third man. Off the edge, but all along the turf. Another single. It's good effort this from Didsbury. The previous home game, the match with Hyde, we had from memory, I think it was 69 fours in the match, and be half a dozen sixes as well. Boundaries everywhere. And to concede just 7 in nearly 22 overs of cricket, and a couple of, shall we say, 3 of those a bit sketchy. Is good testament to the discipline they've shown. The slips come out now, Marcus Fisher, so it's gone a bit more defensive from Didsbury. So Marcus Fisher's come out onto the 30-yard circle on this offside, so 4 on the offside now. Last ball of this over from James Green, that's nicely done, but Tim Hughes down there at backward point to field. Tidy piece of work from him. Good over from James Green. 2 off the bat and the leg by. 22 overs and Oulton Park 54 for 1. These two have now I've added 43, but it's taken them 104 deliveries, so just over 17 overs. But as we keep saying, they will know that wickets in hand is the key. And they've got to build a base here, having chosen to bat first on this lovely day at Didsbury. Steve Green in for his second over. Jimmy O'Sullivan's first look at him today. That's driven out. Nick Anderson quite wide and deep at mid-off, but no run taken. So a 30-yard circle there, Nick Anderson, but batsman didn't want to try down the pitch this time. Now he's hit it and gone there, Jimmy O'Sullivan, and he's learned obviously from that last ball that Nick Anderson very deep. And if they both go, it's impossible to stop the single. So good batting by these two. Oh, nice piece of cricket, a reverse sweep, but Marcus Fisher, that slipped down very smartly. Nicely executed shot from Danny Leach, but straight into the hands of slip. Oh, and he's bowled him. He's bowled him. He's played all over that one. And that is a big breakthrough for Didsbury. Danny Leach bowled by Steve Green. And after that patient knock, 68 balls, Danny Leach. He's been lured down the pitch. Done, I think, in the flight. And the result is a second wicket for Didsbury. A very welcome one. Second wicket falling with a score on 55. So Danny Leach, a hard fought 20, 4 fours, but he departs. Survived that confident appeal when he was 15, so thank you, Inga. So whether it was out or not, it hasn't cost Didsbury too much in terms of the runs. And Rob Semi, as you may have heard Inga hopefully saying to me, comes into bat, and with all due respect to the Oulton Park players, Rob definitely the star turn in the lineup. So unbeaten 128 last week. Fabulous displays for Cheshire the following day in the T20 up Northumberland, and a really super batsman to watch. Didsbury will be hoping to get him early, because I would imagine he's been looking at these conditions, seeing that there hasn't been a few past the edge, but nothing to alarm the batsman. Anyway, Steve Green round the wicket to him. First ball for Rob Semi, and he's away straight away. A nice easy flick out into the leg side for one. And so good over for Didsbury and Steve Green, that wicket. But Rob Semi straight away off the mark. 56 for 2 after 23 overs. And so Didsbury's ecological credentials, an all green attack. Inga's laughing eventually. She admires my sparkling wit, some might say. So it's a very attacking field now that greets Rob Semi. We've got 3 slips suddenly. You can just see Marcus Fisher in shot there at first, but he's quite deep. Razamian and Nick Anderson, the other 2 slips. Tim Hughes lurking at backward point. Steve Green's gone to cover. Sam Leach at mid-off. Liam Booth at third man. Was it final leg? Yeah. So 2 on the leg side. So James Green into Rob Semi, who's back nicely defending. Yeah, just the 2 men in front on the leg side. Well, in fact, just 1 in front on the leg side. Technically, as downward his backward square leg. Noah Crow's at well, I'm going to call that, it's more mid wicket than mid on. James Green concentrating on that off stump. It's nicely driven by Semi. Hasn't timed it, as it turns out, but it's still an easy enough single for him. So I'll be pleased to get his feet moving and feel the ball on the bat. It's a funny thing about cricket, it doesn't matter how well you've been playing, whenever you come out to start an innings, you still like to really feel the ball in the middle of the bat and get your feet going, get the scoreboard going. So back round the wicket now, James Green to Jimmy O'Sullivan. He's been battling hard, solidly behind that one. And the first right-hand, left-hand partnership for Didsbury to bowl at. Another challenge for them. Just locating my sandwiches, there we are. Lovely. Oh, that's off the edge and gone. Was that gone? Well, that's well, it was off something. Goodness me. And actually, no one's that bothered. And this is the thing, you hear this noise, there was a very confident yeah from someone, but no real interest from anyone. No indeed. So whatever it was we heard, it absolutely was not the edge of the bat. James Green will be pleased with this. He opened the bowling last week at Chester in the absence of Nick Anderson and Alex Money and Rick Moore. Put everything away. Anything fractionally short, fractionally full, disappeared. So it was a learning experience definitely for James that day. Oh, he played his part fully in that win. Much tidier start for him today. Last ball of his second over, driven out to that extra man on the offside. Marcus Fisher, no run. Good over again from James Green, just one from it. Didsbury getting back on top. Now 57 runs in these 24 overs for Oulton Park. And the 2 wickets, of course, very much in their favour. So umpires told us it would be drinks in 28 overs, so not so very far away from there. Just about an hour and a half's play, more or less. Steve Green is going to come into his Cheshire teammate Rob Semi. Steve will have enjoyed watching Rob bat last weekend for Cheshire, but we'll want to get him out as soon as possible today. He's down the pitch nicely, smothering the spin. It's a ring of 4 either side, particularly for Didsbury along the leg side. There's a man back at deep square leg. Gets pushed nicely into the gap by Rob Semi. He's found the gap beautifully. I think Nick Anderson's going to struggle to stop that. And indeed so. 4 runs using his feet very nicely there, Rob Semi. Found the gap. And once it's past the fielder, you have very little chance of pulling it back. So confident start from Rob Semi. Good use of the feet. Nice shot, 4 runs. He's down again. Oh. Almost slipped over there, I think, Rob Semi. Come right down the pitch. And Raza Mian, who's in very close. You can just see Raza there at short cover. Picked the ball up cleanly. Defends the last one. As, Steve Green gets quickly through another over. That's always good news as well for the fielding side, getting through their overs quickly. 25 gone. 61 for 2. There you can see that good second wicket partnership. Particularly, it was hard work, but 44. It was a hard worked partnership. Some 18 overs, but looking for another good partnership here, Oulton Park. As Jimmy O'Sullivan is looking nice and solid now. He's getting in nicely behind the ball. James Green starts his 3rd over. Oh, he's bowled him. He's round him though there. Well, that was a surprise. He'd been coming forward so solidly, and he's clean bowled. So the second Oulton Park batsman to be out bowled. He's looking round, Jimmy O'Sullivan, as he comes off. I don't know whether he's just looking in disbelief at how that's got through, but it has got through very decisively. He's bowled. So I was saying the second Oulton Park batsman to be bowled, and the 3rd wicket to fall. He's out for 24. 60 balls he faced, 3 fours. Getting a nice round of applause from his teammates. He worked very hard for that. Jimmy O'Sullivan. sadly for him and for Oulton Park, all his hard work's done now, and he'll feel frustrated with that, as he was just getting in. He was starting to look quite solid. Possibly the pressure of having the wicket keeper up had something to do with that, I don't know, but anyway, the net result is a wicket for Didsbury. They'll be delighted with that, a third one, and it brings in the Oulton Park captain, Martin East. Very combative character, Martin, again been part of the club for oh gosh, how many years? Many years. He's been captaining now consecutively for some time. His third year, I thought it was. I have umpired games where Martin's been captaining, and oh, we're getting a revision of that, fourth year. But sometime it's a particular demand, the captaincy, and he's taken to it very well. Obviously a lot of experience now, and a very, as I say, combative cricketer, Martin East. Same with the ball in hand as well, I'm sure. Absolutely heart and soul into everything, and a very handy player to be coming in at 5. I think he's probably batted everywhere in this top 5, has he, for Oulton Park in the last few years. Anyway, he's going to face his first ball now. So 2 right-handers in for the first time for Didsbury. Martin East turns that nicely off his legs, but Dan Ward, backward square leg, round smartly. That misfield will be out of Dan's system, and he was round quickly there to cut out any chance of a run. 3 slips back in. You can just see Marcus Fisher quite wide at first slip, and then we've got 2 others, Raza Mian and Nick Anderson, the backward point. Short. Oh. I thought for a moment Martin East had gone for a wholehearted pull, but he was just actually taking himself right away from the shot. Yeah, no danger at all. And he will do that, Martin East. He'll go for his shots when he's can give it a real whack. But, quite wisely, I think, deciding not second ball. His side's just lost a wicket. Oh. That was a good one. I'll tell you one of my memories of captaining Martin in a moment and get to the end of this over. Nicely bowled, confident appeal, but not a long appeal. More sounded like a bit more in hope than expectation going down the leg side. Not out, says umpire John Potts, but it's a wicket maiden nonetheless, and a good wicket for James Green there. Jimmy O'Sullivan looking well set, but James Green getting one through him. And that's the 7th maiden over of the innings. He's 26. You can see the Oulton Park card there, the 2 batsmen. Oulton Park will be looking to for a good partnership here. So we're going to resume battle between Steve Green and Rob Semi. Semi will claim the last over. That lovely 4 he clipped through mid-on. That's a whizzed away off the edge. Nice shot again. He's going to get a couple here, I think. Noah Crows is in pursuit. Sliding stop. Yeah, and an SEZ 2 for Rob Semi. Very aggressive from the outset, Rob Semi, and why not? Doesn't want to impose himself as a quality batsman should, and he's come right down the pitch. That's a lovely shot. That's could well be 6. Yeah, 6 already. Lovely, lovely shot down the wicket, beautifully timed. This is a real statement of intent from him. Quickly into double figures, 14 off 12, in complete contrast to the watchful stroke play we've seen previously. He's attacking. That's driven into the ground hard, nicely stopped. Not a run there at all. But good cricket from Rob Semi. Maybe just gets Didsbury thinking, is he going for the big shot? Is he going for the dab out? Quick single. Oh, you're going to have to, oh, now they might have had to hurry there. The fielder rushing in, Sam Leach, overran the ball. It's probably always going to be one, but might have been a bit tighter than that. But anyway, 9 off the over and some confident batting, Rob Semi. See there the Didsbury card. Excellent effort from the bowlers, but Steve Green's figures just showing the effects of that 9 runs off the over. So Oulton Park moving on to 70. And Rob Semi will be having a look at another look at the pace of James Green. Just had a couple of balls from him so far. And keeper Charlie Lowen is up now. He's trying to stop Semi from using his feet. Understandably, that's good cricket. But if you're going to bowl there, has that gone 4 or 6? Yeah, 4 runs. It's bounced in front of square. Anything short and whack. And Rob Semi is looking in marvellous touch again. Inga's telling me that I'm jinxing him. Well, I'm not trying to do that. I'm just stating a fact. 2 lovely 4s. A beautiful 6 in the last over, and the foot movement's already looking really good. James Green back on that length. I think if he's going to put it in short, it's either got to be really short, head high, or keep it that sort of length, James, because a batsman of this quality will take full advantage. He's already quickly on to 19. 17 balls. A huge appeal, and he's given him. Caught behind, and Rob Semi looks really disappointed with that. But he has to go. There was a very confident appeal from the Didsbury fielders. The keeper, Charlie Lowen, right up. It's very difficult to see anything, but all the fielders went up. I don't know if it was caught in a combination of glove and pad in the keeper. That's okay if it was. But crucially, umpire John Potts agreed with the Didsbury fielders, and Rob Semi, he's coming off here not looking happy. And that is a big breakthrough for Didsbury. 74 for 4 now, and we're going to have drinks. So we'll just take a pause and come back with you. So we'll just set ourselves for the drinks break. Mr. Begg has come in. Yeah, okay, thank you. Was it? Thank you. All right, okay, thank you. All right, okay. Thanks, John. So welcome back after the drinks interval. We just had a little bit of chopping and changing to do. James Green's going to come into the new batsman, Alistair Begg. I think that's going to be buys. Has that gone 4 buys? It has. 4 buys. A bit of an untidy start for Didsbury after that drinks break to Oulton Park. Won't mind that. So we've just had it as well confirmed during the interval that Rob Semi was LBW, not caught as I first thought. Certainly mistakenly. So, but nonetheless, it's a vital breakthrough for them, and James Green will be delighted. His second wicket of the match. He's coming in again now. Got that more online, and Alistair Begg nicely forward. And it is a big job out there. We say a beg job, Inga. Sorry, it will. No, actually, it won't improve, I'm afraid, because that's what the standard of it on the Didsbury YouTube channel. But it is a big job he's got in front of him. Alistair, last ball of this over. He's nicely for. That was quick. That was quick. He was nicely in behind it. So a terrific over from James Green. It's a long one with the drinks break in the middle of it. The first ball, a wonderful pull shot from Rob Semi. And then the third ball given out LBW by John Potts. And then those 4 buys for the first ball after the resumption. And then 2 good and really good and quick deliveries, which Alistair Begg kept out well. So, match changes again, and Captain Martin East now. We'll have a first look at Steve Green. He's driving away through the gap, but no run for him. Well, that's off the edge, and he didn't know much about that at all. That was a false shot past the edge of Marcus Fisher. It slipped. Well, there wasn't a chance. It was well past him, but it was a moment of alarm for the batsman when it off the edge, and he looking round to see where on earth it's gone, but it skewed away. Got a run. Noah Cross had to run round from deep backward point, so that opens Martin East's account and brings Alistair Begg down on to strike. Half shout there from Steve Green, but by Martin Roberts at this end. Firm shake of the head. Sweep there. There is a man back on the boundary at deep square leg. I'm just seeing who that is. Is that Tim? I think that's Tim, isn't it? Yes, must be. He's nowhere else. And he's the only man back. So Alistair Begg drives down the but well stopped. Steve Green, that was travelling. Goof. I wanted to get in the way of that, but the bowler always a lot keener to stop the run. Just the 1 run off the over. And you can see that Manhattan, the Rob Semi effect there in those last few overs. But generally it's been hard work for Oulton Park. They've been pegged back by an excellent Didsbury attack. Scoring opportunities have been few and far between, and having won the toss to 29 overs, they are only on 79, as another one off the edge that's gone past the diving Nick Anderson at slip. It's going to be fielded. 2 runs, thanks Inga. For Martin East, I assume. Was that young Dan? It was Tim Hughes. He scurried back. he's gone, Dan Ward. Sure, Dan Ward's on the field at the moment, unless he's hiding very well away up fine leg. It's a nice shot, but there. Well, I thought it was a nice shot. It was a bit of a clump in the end, but back at the bowl, I got his hand to it. Not a chance. Can you see? Is there anybody? Nobody. 10 on. So Dan Ward is not on. Dan Ward is not on the field at the moment. Oh, that's a beauty. That's the edge. So I'm not sure if that's anything untoward. I can see his dad. Dan's dad is having a drink. Why not on a lovely afternoon? So presumably Dan just affecting some running repairs of some sort, unless he's in a position we just can't see, but I don't think so. Anyway, James Green in, he's bowling very well. Martin East, oh, and again he has appeared. I don't know if he was right off the field at fine leg. And Grenell was looking as hard as we possibly could at an angle, but he is on the field, and so Didsbury are up to 11. But yeah, Martin East, I don't know what he's wearing on his feet in terms of grip, but he was looking for a quick single, stopped and skidded as he stopped, and that could have been a bit of a disaster for him if he'd have gone on his beam end and been stranded. That's nicked and caught and gone, and caught by wicketkeeper Charlie Lowen, and nicely done, and that's a third wicket for James Green at the end of that over. Charlie Lowen, the catcher, the wicketkeeper, tumbling away to his right, and that's an excellent breakthrough for Didsbury. With the Oulton Park captain gone, a testing over from James Green. He's been right on the spot, and that is a fifth wicket for a delighted Didsbury. Martin East walking slowly off. Thank you. Johnny Littler coming in as we're just checking that, confirming that. And yeah, a third wicket for James Green. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 9 now for him. What a spell of bowling. Just what Didsbury needed, for sure. And he's been very accurate. Pace has been good, and that was a smart catch as well. Charlie Lowen behind the stumps, tumbling away. So again, two newish batsmen anyway, both on naught, and both with 25 overs ahead of them. 30 overs gone, 81 for 5 the score, and Didsbury will want to really ram this home now. Alistair Begg having a look at Steve Green. Again, he faced four from him in the previous over. I'm just going to ask Inga how she's going to tell these two apart, because to me they look very similar. Has one got a... Alistair's got that sweatband on, hasn't he? Yeah. Other than that, identical. Yeah. Inga pointing out the different colour helmets. The doctor told me I was colourblind this week. It was a real surprise to me. It came right out of the purple, I can tell you. Nicely bowled. But I'll just go for the sweatband on the wrist of Alistair Begg, who's working hard here to get his side some semblance of a score. Nicely swept, but that's Dan Ward in there smartly at short fine leg. Nicely forward, maiden over, through the over quickly, Steve Green. It's well done. And just what Didsbury have wanted, short of a wicket. Nice tidy over through it quickly. And again, that run rate still well below 3, as it has been just about all innings. Let's look at our dot count, 153 dots. So that's about 25 overs, isn't it, of dots? Something like that in the 31 we've had bowled, which is a testament just how accurate and testing this Didsbury attack has been. And James Green, big part of that. His 6th over in the first ball for Johnny Littler. Ooh. Rather uncertain stab at it. Nicely behind that. That's a lovely scene here now at Didsbury. Good knot of spectators watching, coming out for a drink. Onto the clubhouse here, around the ground. Just hear the church bells in the distance from St James's. Bit of campanology. Saturday afternoon, it's a lovely, still, hot afternoon. That sunrise is outside and the drinks interval. It's lovely and warm out there. And the home crowd and members will be enjoying this Didsbury performance. They're well on top here. That's gone off the edge, bouncing well in front of Marcus Fisher, just out of your shot there at slip. Fielded that very nicely. Didsbury, no, they've just got to stay patient here. All the pressure's on Oulton Park to get the scoreboard moving. Oh, and that's just bounced over the stumps. And the cry from the Didsbury slip fielders. Johnny Littler just looking a little diffident at the moment. Just got to get himself a bit more fully forward, more committed. In the shot, he should be. Oh, he'll certainly be okay on this pitch. There's no untrue bounce. That's nicely done. That's nicely turned away off his pads. Down to Dan Ward here at fine leg in front of us, who's solidly behind it. So Johnny Littler away. That's better. Sorry, there's just like glitch there, my fault. We've got that run on there, so they take the score to 82. Last ball of this 32nd over. Alistair Begg facing and drives nicely, and he gets a run as well. Steve Green can't took the pace off it at cover. Couldn't. Sorry, correction, Sam. That was Steve. It was. Couldn't stop the single. So one each for the batsman. Last 2 balls of another good over from James Green. 3 for 11 now for him. So Steve Green obviously in battle with Alistair Begg. Well, that's off the edge, and a fast edge as well. It's going to be 4 runs. It's gone that fast past Marcus Fisher. I've seen his despairing dive. Oh, great effort from Dan Ward. Has kept that to 2. Dan Ward charged around there, and with Noah Cross managed to. That was a terrific effort because that was travelling. Flash past Marcus Fisher at slip. Encouragement for the bowler. 2 runs, and that's a nice firmly hit sweep shot, but there's the man, as we said there, back at on the boundary at deep square leg, keeps that to 1. A nice shot from Alistair Begg, nice and controlled, decisive. So this is Johnny Littler's first ball from Steve Green. Just look at the distance Dan Ward covered there from short fine leg. He charged right around to third man, and it was a terrific effort to save a couple of runs there. Solidly forward to finish another over, 33rd over. Didsbury getting through these pretty well. We're just about on 2 hours now. I think it'll be by the start of the next over. You can see the 4-man attack there performed excellently. And having been put into the field rather, Didsbury will be delighted to have Oulton Park 5 down in the 33rd over and just 86 on the board. Would certainly have taken that at the start of play. Top 5 all out for Oulton Park as James Green is in. Oh, Sam Leach very excited about something that made off running in, but found himself on his own in his optimism. Which brings a smile to the fielders, that sort of thing, when there's just one loud appeal from one fielder. Just wondering how long James will keep going for. It's hot work bowling. He's had the drinks break to split his spell up, and he's a fit young man. But, seeing how well Steve Green's bowling. Sure, Didsbury will be keen to get Raza Mian into action as well. That's nicely turned away from Alistair Begg. There should be a couple there. Nice easy 2. Yep. Big gap on that leg side. Didn't really time it, but didn't have to. Just the outfield did the work for him there. Nice easy 2 runs. Raza Mian 5 wickets last week on his first team debut at Chesterbourne Hall of all places. He's kept his first 11 place deservedly. He's at second slip at the moment. Just driven out to Steve Green at cover. And young Dan Ward is also an option for bowling as well. I think we're less likely to see Dan. It's a very promising young cricketer. Charlie Low, and you can see he's donning the helmet again to come and stand up to the stumps now, so it's not an adjustment for Alistair Begg. He's just got to get his bearings again. Oh, left alone well in the end, so another over goes by, 2 off it. And another good one from James Green, 3 for 13 from 7 testing overs for him. There you can see that run rate is those 4 wickets clustered together. 4 for 26 in 7 overs Oulton Park lost, and it's kept that rate pegged at around a 2.5, 2.6 throughout. Which is an excellent effort by Didsbury. Johnny Littler finds a gap for a single. Hold on. Nice easy run to the off, into the leg side correction. But yes, it's certainly going to be a challenge for Oulton Park to bat these overs out and post a total. That's a nice shot from Alistair Begg though. That's going to get the scoring rate up a little higher. 4 runs. Nice nice shot. Nobody back there. Perfectly safe. Big gap. And a nice riposte from him. It's the first 4 in, I'm just looking, in 7 overs now, I think, at Aringa. Something like that. Rob Sennys was the last 4, wasn't it, in the start of the 28th, so what a good blow from Alistair Begg. Found the gap, as I say. There's nobody there at all. Perfectly safe shot. That's off the edge, but well wide of slip, and a single. Again, he's played that well. He's not trying to really drive at it, he's just trying to steer it more. That helps it to stay low, and so you'll get full value on this outfield. So no fielders back on the boundary on the leg side. No boundary fielders at all, so the Oulton Park batsmen being tempted to come down and hit if they want to, which I personally approve of. It's good attacking cricket, make the batsman hit. Always a chance of a mistake, and if they can play a good enough shot, well, good luck to them. So what they get, driven nicely, but straight into the ground. Raza Mayan at short cover fielding, so better over for Oulton Park, 6 off it. But we're through 35 overs, and the score 94 for 5. So it's 20 overs remaining. And we're having a, yes, we are going to see Raza. I didn't know if James Green was going to be continuing or not, but he's down here in front of us. Excellent spell from him. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 13, and we're going to see Raza Mayan from that Fletcher Moss end. So 5 wickets on his first team, well, what I believe was his first team debut, certainly his league debut. Apologies if that's not the case, but I can't recall him getting into the ones in the recent past. He's a very reliable performer for the 2s. Perhaps a bit of a testimony to the strength of the Didsbury side that he's played more 2s cricket. He's a fine bowler, off spin bowler. He's coming into Alistair Begg. He's got it away behind square on the offside. He's going to get an easy couple in the end. His throw comes in. Just look at this field for Raza. He's got a deep backward square leg. James Green's on the boundary, but everyone else is up. Basically, short fine leg down Ward, and pretty orthodox. Short mid wicket in, as he's found a gap nicely there on the offside. He's driven that out. I don't think he's got full-blooded shot, so he's just happy with another 2. Good batting. Alistair Begg. So yeah, there's a short mid wicket, but then most orthodox mid wicket and mid on the leg side with a short fine leg. Oh, he's caught though. Having said that, he's caught the offside. Marcus Fisher at slip. is a very useful slip fielder, and so after those couple of couple of twos of the first two balls of his spell, he has a wicket with his third ball. He was a wicket with his sixth last week, and Razamian's magic touch continues. As Alistair Begg departs, he made 15, 28 balls, it's the 1-4, and further trouble for Oulton Park now, 98 for 6 in the 36th over. Waiting to see who's coming out. There's a bit of a delay with the new Oulton Park batsman appearing. Inga thinks it should be Josh Park, but we'll see when he appears. And it is Josh Park, Edgar informs me, so thank you for that. So we'll see Josh Park come in, and he's walking away from us, and he won't want to look around and look at the scoreboard, I don't think, because it is not a pretty one for Oulton Park. It's a wonderful one for Didsbury. 98 for 6 in this 36th over. And Josh Park will come in to face Razamian, who can do little wrong for the first team. Wicket with his third ball, so Josh Park. It's not an over-attacking field, it's exactly the same field. Oh, so, well, having said that, Tim Hughes has now come in to that short mid-wicket position, but it's the same field. Still the man back on the deep square leg boundary. Josh Park just taking his time, looking around, looking where might be some scoring opportunities. It's a very difficult position to be coming into, because your side are struggling. A lot of overs still to bat. You've got to get the scoreboard moving, but at the same time you're just coming into a confident field, not past the bat. I don't know if that was off the edge or not. I couldn't see whether that's gone down or not, but certainly there was some anguish from the fielding side. We'll check on that. But anyway, it's no run. And a dot to finish an excellent first over from Razamian. First two balls went for 2, but then a lovely wicket off the edge and a super low catch from Marcus Fisher. You can see that dot on the Oulton Park worm. There's been too many of them from their perspective, and clustered together as well. Steve Green to continue. This will be his 9th over. And he's into Johnny Littler, who will be wondering now how best to play this, I think. And it is a difficult position because they know they've got about these overs, and yet at around about this 2.6 rate shouldn't be too imposing a total. But strange things can happen. We've got to get to end of things. You would think at the moment Didsbury will be confident of keeping this under control, at least. All the pressure's on the batsman. They've got to try and work out where they can score. Nobody back for Steve Green, and he's whizzing through these overs. These are just a couple of minutes a time. That in itself also adds pressure. 4 balls already gone in this over. Down the leg side. Another over, another maiden. Steve Green's third. So this Didsbury squeeze continues, and an excellent one it's been. You can see Oulton Park have, after that very patient second wicket stand, they just haven't lost wickets too regularly. Rob Semi looked in wonderful touch, but he was trapped LBW. And with Martin East following fairly soon after, it's a big challenge now for these the Oulton Park lower order. Two very accurate spinners getting through their overs, full of confidence, tight field, and there's going to be no free hits, that's for sure. These two have just got to play themselves in, haven't they, and just take some time. Can't be expected to do miracles this lower in the order, just try and take the advantage of the balls that are there to hit like that, and that's a nice shot. I think that's going to go all the way for 4. I don't think that's going to get stopped. It isn't. A nice way for Josh Park to get off the mark and bring up the Oulton Park 100 as well. We were pretty much behind that as it found the gap between cover and mid-off, and you might have seen a little bit of Nick Anderson's the forlorn chase. He knew he wasn't going to get close to the ball. Nice shot. So 4 runs for Josh Park. That'll help him feel better. And that's what we're saying. Just got to wait for the scoring opportunities that do arise, and cash in on those. Certainly no need for any risk taking at this point. Oh, enormous trap there. One that skids on. And he kept it out and survives. And there you can see the Oulton Park card. And it's been dominance from Didsbury, really. That's the story of it. Oulton Park opting to bat first, quite rightly, understandably. It's very much that sort of day, but they've been pegged back, not able to really build any momentum, and the wickets have just kept falling. Steve Green in again. Johnny Littler a long way down the pitch there, but nicely behind it. Tenth over for Steve Green. I wouldn't be surprised to see him go right the way through, to be honest. Rob Semi tried to get after him with a 4 and a 6. Lovely shots they were. But, other than that, there's been precious little from Steve Green on offer to hit. That's nicely right though from Johnny Littler, and he's had to make that into that shot. James Green is going to chase it back a couple of runs, but Johnny Littler made that opportunity with some good footwork down the pitch, pushed through the gap between short cover and extra cover. Well, James Green didn't have very far to go. It really was racing that ball to the boundary. Did well to stop it in the end. And another over ends with getting through them very quickly now, which is excellent from Didsbury. I like to see that. And there you can see the 5-man attack through nearly 39 overs, and just 104 on the board. That's that wickets column, the 6 wickets, which is the crucial thing for Didsbury. It's Raza Man, as in to Josh Park. Tim Hughes coming round just out of your shot there to feel that short mid-wicket. It's fairly round arm Raza, but it's very effective action. He's a very experienced bowler, well grooved. I've umpired him a number of times. His feet always land in the same place. Nice economical action, and again good footwork there by Josh Park. He's had to work that, but he's got down the pitch in time, got to the pitch of the ball, and then picked the gap nicely. So credit the batsman there. It wasn't a full ball in itself, but good footwork made it into a scoring opportunity. There is a big gap through that point area. It's all along the ground. 4 runs, second 4 for Josh Park. Josh Park carefully forward to the last ball of that 40th over. And yeah, see, that's an excellent effort from Didsbury after 40 overs to keep it. The run rate at pegged well below 3, as they have done pretty much throughout the match so far. 108 for 6. 15 overs remaining. I shall ask Inga in a moment, my fellow scorer, for her score prediction. Oh, yeah. Inga's saying she'd be happy with 2 batting points. I presume she means 160 by that, rather than the 130, the batting points getting doubled. But anyway, there's a fair way to go yet, but it will take an effort, and a composed effort from the Oulton Park lower orders to get them to that sort of region. A few yapping dogs down here, which I do not approve of at all. Just organising the field here. Organising the field. Sam Leach is right out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. And I just want him in a particular spot. Got backward square leg mid-wicket. That's Tim Hughes. Nick Anderson very deep at mid-on. On the offside, as well as Sam Leach way back on the boundary, as we were saying. 3 in the ring on the offside, plus the slip and short cover. Oh, and that's a bit of a lazy shot from Johnny Littler there, just like a lapse of concentration there, I think. An airy shot, he won't be pleased with that. Anyway, James Green, having been on within the 30-yard circle, gone right back, well, pretty much onto the boundary now. There's a gap there, but he's gone down the ground and found the gap. Just checking where it had gone, but he actually found the gap nicely there. There was just on the onside, things informing me, but a nice decisive shot down the ground, good footwork, and he picked his gap. Fielders were deep in the outfield, but that was nowhere near any of them. So a first boundary for Johnny Littler. So both batsmen on 8, and Oulton Park 112 now for 6. Just organising a few things in the field here for this next over from Razam Mayan. James Green has gone quite square on this leg side boundary. Square. So we've got a sweeper on the offside, that's young Dan, and James Green sort of opposite him right on the leg side boundary. Everybody else is in the circle more or less. As Razam Mayan is in, Josh Park defending.
Lovely Raza, lovely mate.
That's James Green, you can hear shouting. It's very close to our effects microphone down there, James. Hope you're aware of that. And that your language will be temperate. Quite so far now. Liam Booth has gone right out to long on, and Nick Anderson's drifting back as well, so he's more towards long off, so runs down the ground if the batsman wants to come or just push down the ground. He must be aware of that. Just one ball left in this 42nd over, and he's pushing another man back now, Nick Anderson. Noah Crows is coming. Shut that blooming dog up, will you? Goodness sakes. Nothing worse than yappy dogs. Noah Crows coming back now to deep backward square leg. So we've got 5 men on the boundary. This last ball. Quite follow the thinking here, I must say, because there's one's anywhere he wants them. As it was, he can only stab it out into the offside, and it's a maiden over for Razam Mayan. First one for him. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 12. I don't know, there are a number of things I think should be banned from cricket grounds. Yappy dog footballs is one. And yapping little dogs. Goodness. Take them for a walk round. Anyway. Apologies viewers, my Victor Meldrew impressions. It's that time of life. Steve Green is going to start another over. On to Johnny Littler, hit him for a fine 4 off the last ball of his previous over. He's down the pitch again, and Dan Ward has slipped at square leg, and the batsmen are through for a single as a result. Yeah, Dan Ward is scrambling around to try and stop. Stop barking, goodness sakes. Anyway, yeah, so a single there. It was straight to the fielder downward, but he lost his footing and slipped, and the batsman took advantage of that to run through for the 1. So Josh Park now having a look at Steve Green. That's nicely hit. Picked over, that's over the short cover, and James Green is going to stopped it brilliantly. Really well done. An acrobatic effort in front of us, James Green. Let's see, that was nicely hit by Josh Park, well away from the short cover. And it was racing away, but James Green quickly round from that sweeper position, and he did terrifically well. A diving stop to keep it this side of the boundary rope. 2 is the result. 2 for Josh Park. Oh, and that's a quicker one. Steve Green, he's kept it out well. Defended nicely. But another over ticks by very quickly indeed. See, these two added 17. Oh, for goodness sakes, this is ridiculous now. I'll have to try and get something done about this. Sorry, this is hopefully you can't hear it at home. It's not spoiling your viewing, but we just got a little bit of a discrepancy here, Inga. Okay. Just going to put that right. Yeah. Okay. It's just that one that was there that was missed. So yeah, my apologies. So we're right on out 116. That's correct. Oh. Thank you. So I'll just click this back here. There we go. So we're just correcting our score there. Single off that first ball and then a dot off the second. Yeah. So we're all right. 117 for 6 in the 44th. In the air, but away for, sorry, it's flashed past the slip. And 2 runs. Johnny Littler on to 11. In the air, but that's gone safely away for 4 runs. Nice hit. Johnny Littler picking the gap very well. It's in the air, but perfectly safe. And, good shot from him. 4 runs, that's his second 4. Oh. Just a little bit of aggression coming in from the Oulton Park pair. I've had a 25 now after that little cluster of wickets, and done it fairly untroubled as well. I think that's just nicely down the ground. Easy run, 8 off the over, and with 11 overs remaining, Oulton Park 124 for 6. So Steve Green is going to start the 45th over, and Johnny Littler on strike. Good runs in the last over, 7 of them, and he's just be feeling a little bit more confident now, I would imagine. Oh, that's a poor field. That's going to be 4 runs. That's a second misfield that's cost Didsbury runs. James Green holds his head back, but he knows that was a bit lackadaisical there. Johnny Littler was uppish as he pushed it away. He was Not happy with the shot. It was a bit casual from him. Well short of the fielder, but James Green didn't get down and the ball was through his hands and away and not a chance of stopping it. So I would say that's a bonus 4 for Johnny Littler and Oulton Park. They'll take it up to 128 now. He's on to 20. Third Oulton Park batsman to get 220. They'll be looking to push a long way beyond that though, and they'll certainly need somebody to. On the pitch, and that's nicely hit, but that's gone a lot square. It's out to the man at deep mid wicket. Yeah. So I just need to put a dot in at the start of the over. Hang on. Let's just put that. Yeah. I'll just add that in a moment. Trying to organise another drinks break here. It's hot work. So we're going to have Raza Mian. This so we're just having a few issues with the scoring program here, but there we are, we're done. Yep. Off the second, yeah. Mr. Wenger just keeping those details right. So 130 for 6 now. It is a batting point, English quite right. Good scorer, quick to seize on all of those.
I don't know what it's there for.
Yeah, last time we were here. I think it's just.
Is it commentary?
No, because James Emerson's commentary.
Oh, there is commentary.
Yeah, he's commentating in the scorebox.
Is this live?
I think this is just for sound. This is hitting the bar.
It's a bit rogue, isn't it? But this is as far as away you get from the weekend.
Shit.
Okay, yeah. Just trying to sort out some technical problems here, and I apologise if you heard some bad language there. Some rather immature behaviour from Oulton Park players wandering the boundary. But we'll deal with that as we need to. Anyway, let's concentrate on the game now. 131 for 6 off 46 overs. So 9 overs remaining, and handy little partnership this, 33 off just over 10 overs. Johnny Littler and Josh Park. And we're going to see Steve Green in for his 14th over. Josh Park on 13. Providing Quite a good foil for Johnny Littler, as those two just had to rebuild, and they've done a good job. Drive down, easy run there. Yep, nicely judged. And that's the thing now, there are and again now Oulton Park teammates are encouraging him to push for two, and that's out. That's out with a direct hit from James Green. Well, well, well. Wonderful piece of fielding. And Josh Park is the man out. A direct hit from James Green, coming in from the deep extra cover, I suppose you'd call it, wouldn't you? They ran one, and all the Oulton Park players were encouraging Johnny Littler to look for two, which he did. Josh Park scurrying back, but it was beaten. The throw skimmed off and ran him out, hit the stumps direct. Great piece of fielding from James Green. And thank you, Inga. Ben Ainsworth comes in. Wonderful boost for them. And James Green is 3 wickets earlier, and now a direct hit run out from quite some way out sees Oulton Park 133 for 7. With Josh Park run out for 14. A couple of fours in that, but perhaps will feel a little aggrieved to have got out by that means, understandably. Oh, as you may hear Inga saying, this is the two under-19 captains at Oulton Park, now in tandem. Got a little over just about 8.5 overs, 8.4 overs to make something of what's become a sorry tale for Oulton Park. What a brilliant effort from Didsbury to restrict the batting side to this 133 for 7, having won the toss and chosen to bat first. Ooh. And that's caught and bowled as well, as calm as you like. 2 wickets in an over now, and that it really is not good cricket, I have to say, from Johnny Littler. Straight back to the bowler. An easy caught and bowl for Steve Green. He had one of those last week at Chester, and he's got another one to add to his collection today, and that really has put a hole in this the good ship Oulton Park, as Johnny Littler's useful innings of 23 comes to an end. And now Didsbury will be feeling full of confidence about finishing this off, giving themselves overs in hand to chase what should be a pretty modest target on this fine afternoon. Second wicket for Steve Green. Having bowled Danny Leach with a beautiful delivery, it did him in the flight earlier on. He's now taken a smart caught and bowl as casual as you like. So 2 wickets in 2 balls. James Green involved first of all, with that direct hit run out, and then Steve with an easy caught and bowl catch. 133 for 8 is Andrew Dufty, a new batsman, who will have a fair bit of bowling to do himself, I would imagine, today. I've got 5 balls as well now. That is, I was wondering about that, because we make it 5 gone, and the umpires are just having a little pause here. I think with the run out, yeah, we've got a 5 ball over. Okay, well, that goes down as an end of an over, so we'll note that down on our sheets, Inga and I. As you can see, that Oulton Park Manhattan, those 2 circles in the last over, 2 wickets, that always is a very difficult thing for a batting side, losing 2 quick wickets. And Raza Mayan now will be looking to get another one in his wickets column. 1 for 22 so far from 6 overs. And he's going to be bowling to the new batsman Ben Ainsworth, left-hander. And so Raza coming round the wicket to him. Right on the spot first of all. And Didsbury will be looking to polish this innings off as soon as they can. Oh no, goodness sakes. I do apologise for this. But, just a lot of squabbling dogs here. Why people can't have a bit more thought for others. Anyway, on with the cricket. Big appeal, but very difficult for the umpire to see whether that was pad first or bat. Not out has to be the decision. Bowled. Oh, he's bowled him. He's gone back for the cut and missed it. Wrong shot for Ben Ainsworth to play, but great ball. Great news for Raza Mayan. That's a second wicket for him. And that's the end of Ben Ainsworth. He goes for a duck. And Oulton Park now on the brink. Ben Ainsworth angrily slapping his bat on his pad as he comes off. Harry Newton, the last man for Oulton Park. He's just coming onto the field now. The second wicket for Raza Mayan, just that very accurate length that he bowls, and not a ball to try and cut. With Ben Ainsworth paying the price. And it's been a bit of a procession. The last 3 wickets have gone without addition to the score for Oulton Park, and they'll be very disappointed with that. Lots of yapping dogs again, I'm afraid. It really is very irritating. Really a bit thoughtless, really, as well, I have to say. Earth enjoys listening to that. Anyway, Raza Mayan, let's concentrate on the cricket. He's into another in a long line of left-handed batsmen at OP. Harry Newton. Last ball of this over. And he's guided it away, looking for a run, but Marcus Fisher just took the pace off it with a dive there from slip. A wicket maiden, in fact. And it's been all good news for Didsbury in that regard. Indeed, as Angus just agreeing. 2 for 22 Raza. There's a couple of maidens there as well. And we'll see now if Andrew Duffy he fares against Steve Green, or that's whizzed past the edge. Didsbury controlled this really, really well. Single for Andrew Duffy there. Get him off the mark. And it really is on such a lovely day. Great pitch, lovely outfield to restrict your opponents to just 134. Terrific effort. There's Harry Newton now. Steve Green over the wicket to him. Oof. Not far away from the edge. Certainly, just looking at the Oulton Park card, a top score of 24 from Jimmy O'Sullivan, just two of the batsmen past 20. You wouldn't have thought of that at the start of play on a day like this with the conditions such as they are. It's a testament to just how well Didsbury have bowled. Good catching as well, and so that run out, a real bonus for them. And that's a single for Harry Newton. He'll be pleased with that. Plays it right out to deep cover. So just two off that over. 1-3-5 the score. Steve Green through 15 overs, 2 for 44. With 6 overs still remaining. It's difficult to see how Oulton Park are going to alter things greatly in that time. The best these two could do is try to play these 6 overs out, because obviously any unused complete overs go to the Didsbury allocation. Harry Newton is playing exactly the same shot there that Ben Ainsworth tried to play in the previous over, that flat-footed cut. He's just got to be careful of the one that skids on. That's full length ball, nicely hit though. Right, that's only going to be 1 run. James Green stops it on that deep cover boundary, sweep position. A nice shot from the number 11, so that's a single for him. Brings Andrew Duffy down to have a look at Raza Mian. Good young cricketer, Andrew Duffy. He's been playing for some time though. Was his brother around? Yeah. So I remember Andrew's brother as well. Both are very combative cricketers, and Andrew's really developed as a spin bowler particularly. So we'll see him in action a little later, I'm sure. For now he's got to try and bat out these last 6 overs as best he can with his partner. Oh, yes, no, yes, but an easy single in the end. He's pushed that nicely past Tim Hughes at shortish mid-wicket, so a single. Another nice expansive drive from number 11 Harry Newton along the ground, but straight to mid-off, no run. And we're through 50 overs, so 5 remaining. But you can see the Oulton Park card, a sorry tale from their perspective, but a wonderful one from Didsbury's. 50 overs and just 137 runs on a wonderful batting pitch with a fast outfield. It's an excellent effort by the hosts, home side. Oulton Park chose to bat first, and they really have not got going at all. Steve Green, one big reason for that. To his 16th over now. Oh, and again past the edge. It's always going to happen with the numbers, the lower order in. Too worried about that. Oh, and he's going to get some runs on the total. He's not much of his anti-bat in it, but it's certainly runs of some description. Pursued by Marcus Fisher, you can see there. We're going to get 2 leg byes. So that is what was on there. It's gone up to 139. Could we keep those quiet, please? 6. Single there, yeah. So we're just having a lot of disturbance from these yapping animals. Thank you, yeah, 150 we've got, so 140 we should be on. Inga, thank you, yeah. We're, Steve Green is in, and that's a nice shot. It's past the short mid wicket, single for last man Harry Newton. These two doing a decent little job here. They're standing the ones where they can. There are ones around, plenty of singles, but the boundary should be a different proposition. But it's a nice shot from Andrew Dufty. He's flicked that nicely. It was a quicker one from Steve Green, offline, and that's nicely. That should be 2 runs. Yes, there's 2 runs. Looked like he got a nice little leg glance on that, Andrew. So well done you. 2 to end the over. So 51 overs, 143 indeed. Yep, we're there with that. I just fired that one in a little bit quicker, Steve Green. It's Raza Mayan in. Oh. It's Harry Newton, a nice shot glided away. So it's just writing something down there. Nice little shot, and from him. He's looking in decent touch, certainly. The very difficult job for the numbers 10 and 11 to do. Oh, and having said that, he's gone for a big swing. I don't know why he did that, because he was just poking it around nicely. But from a Didsbury perspective, not complaining. That was a bit of a rush of blood, I think, from young Harry, who was clean bowled to end the innings. 145 all out, and what an effort that is from Didsbury. They get another 3 overs as well, and Oulton Park, having won the toss and chosen to bat first, have been bowled out for 145. It's been a terrific effort from Didsbury, who's bowlers have pretty much shared the wickets. Liam Booth, a very good opening spell of 10 overs, but here's the only wicketless bowler. And you can see there the Oulton Park card. There's 3 players into the 20s, and the key wicket of Rob Semi. James Green claimed him, LBW. 2 other wickets for James Green and a direct hit run out as well. And Raza Mayan finishes with 3 for 26, another 3 for him. So he's loving life in the first team. And 3 for 13, James Green, and a wicket for Nick Anderson. 2 for Steve Green. I'm just looking here at this Oulton Park card. So last 4 wickets, adding just 12 runs. You'll see there on the bottom of your screen. And that's a bit of a collapse for them towards the end. They lost 3 wickets without addition at 133. 145 all out is the end of their innings. We'll be resuming around about 3:30. Didsbury will have 58 overs, and we will rejoin you after that.
sing really high pitched and also really low. I was like, we're just trying to basically remake what Oulton's done.
So welcome back to Didsbury. Our game this afternoon in the Cheshire County League Premier Division, where the hosts Didsbury have done a terrific job in bowling out Oulton Park for just 145, and they've got 58 overs to get these 146 required. They hopefully won't need anything like that and won't find batting as hard work as Oulton Park did. We've got Tim Hughes, the opening Didsbury batsman, in that purple helmet. Noah Crowes, the non-striker, and it's going to be Tim Hughes to face Josh Park, who's going to bowl from this the far end, away from you, coming in towards you, as it were, on the picture. So we're good to go and bang on time. Well done, umpires. We're away with Josh Park, left arm, and Tim Hughes on strike. So just this 146, the target for Didsbury. All the time in the world to get them. That should not be an issue at all. It's just purely and simply if Oulton Park can exert enough pressure somehow. Well, batters found it pretty hard going on what is, and the umpires have told me at the tee interval is a very good batting surface. That's nicely away from Tim Hughes, and I'm not sure if the finder can get round or not. He can. Well done. He comes round in front of us. Who was that, Inga? Who was this coming round on?
That's Andy Mills.
Oh, Andy Mills, thank you. So it's a nice flick away for two from Tim Hughes, and couldn't see where Andy Mills was, but he came round smartly to stop any more than two. And that should be a free hit for Tim Hughes, and his 4 runs through extra cover. Big gap there, and he's not going to miss out on that. Not many batsmen would, actually, and certainly not a batsman of Tim's quality. Sort of a low full toss in the end, going for the very full length as he has to. Josh Park on here, can't bowl short on here, he'll just get whacked. Just slightly overreaching there, and an easy drive. There's a big gap, there's a man at extra cover, A big gap round to point for Tim Hughes to find, and that might go the same way. It's very well fielded actually by that backward point fielder, scrambling round. Harry Newton, I'm told by Inga, scrambling round there to stop. I thought if that was past him that was another 4, but he got around very quickly there to stop that. We've got 2 slips and a gully. Well, actually a slip and 2 gullies, more accurately, would you say? I think that's a slip and 2 gullies. Okay. It's working out. That's nicely dug out. Well, good full length. But he's bowling. Unfortunately, the yapping dogs, I thought they'd disappeared during the interval, but sadly, yes. Anyway, hopefully it won't be too much of a distraction. That's the last ball of this first over, and Tim Hughes whacks that again straight though at extra cover. I think that was young Andrew at extra cover, Andrew Dufty, and got behind it, deflected it to mid-off. There's no run, but good start for Didsbury. 6 off the first over. And you will see it's the 2 opening batsmen there for Didsbury, Tim Hughes and Noah Crows, the Australian, who we'll see facing in a moment. And will tell me who is facing. Oh, Martin East, I think this is, isn't it? The Oulton Park captain is going to open from this Parswood end, closest to us. Very disappointed with the batting performance all round. But, none of the batsmen ever got going. Martin himself edged through to the keeper, low catch. It's quite an unusual field. We've got the 2 slips you can see in there, very short straight cover, and then extra cover in fairly close, and backward point. As Noah Crows faces up to his first ball. Let's that go. Let's just have a little look. Now we've got another man coming across now from the leg side, so we've got a backward point, and now cover, extra cover, and a very short, well, we'll have to call him short cover, and mid-off. So just 2 men on the leg side, so Martin East will have to keep it right outside and on the outside that off stump. Yes, as Inga says, ball to his field, very much so. So far Noah Crow's not interested in even attempting a shot, just watching these go harmlessly by outside off stump. It's a little bit closer, but still not having to play, and that's the difference when the opening Didsbury bowlers are making the Oulton Park batsmen play at everything. When they were under pressure from the off, never got going, and 145 all out the result. Crows drives there, but nicely down Andrew Dufty at come around from extra cover. Smart piece of work from him. See him bowling before too long, I would have thought. But, doing the job in the field there for his team. That's a lovely drive, and if he doesn't get down, he doesn't. Andrew Dufty here won't stop that. 4 runs for Noah Crows. And that's a nice way for him to finish. 4 off the last ball of the over. We see it so often. A tidy over and then a boundary ball, spoiling all that hard work. Didsbury already to double figures. 10 for no loss, as you see there. Josh Park Come in again, have another go at Tim Hughes. So yes, we've got the slip and then 2 gullies. Backward point is pretty much back on the 30-yard circle. As we were saying earlier, a shorter boundary on that on your right hand side as you're looking at it. The right hand is offside. A very tempting hit it is as well. And there's a big gap between that backward point and cover, so anything too full. Tim Hughes found that last over and he'll be looking for that this over, but Josh Park a nice full length, making the batsman playing out. That's got to be the way for Oulton Park. That's a full toss, and again that's a poor ball. Just an easy hit for Tim Hughes, just effortlessly through. Huge gap. 4 runs. The result, 3rd boundary of the innings already for Didsbury. Already away. So he's going to drive more orthodox there, but one of those gullies has come out to try and give him some extra cover on that offside and fielded the ball. There's a big field to defend this Oulton Park with a very low total and lots of overs, so they've got to put pressure on, they know that, but at the same time they don't want Didsbury off to a flyer. So it's 4 on that ring on the offside now. So it's a very energetic action from Josh Park. We were just looking Inga and I in the interval at Ben Gibbon, the left arm over Oulton Park bowler, doing very well for Worcester, taking a good wicket for them. And Josh Park continuing that tradition at Little Budworth. Last ball of his 2nd over, and that's driven nicely, but straight into the ground and smartly fielded at cover. So 4 off that over. Alistair Begg, I'm told, did a nice smart diving stop there. So 14 for none of 3. Good start for Didsbury, nice and untroubled. Boundary in every over. You can see the 2 opening bowlers, Oulton Park, just early days for them. So Andrew Duffy's going to be one option. What other options have they got with the ball, Inga?
Harry Newton.
Okay.
Who else? Ben Ainsworth. Andy Mills.
So there are some bowling options you might be hearing Inga saying for Oulton Park, but for now Martin East, the captain, very full, and that's straight back at the stumps. The Crows will be disappointed about that because so either side, and that would have been very difficult to stop for any fielder. One past the edge now, that's a bit of encouragement for Martin East. First one that's really troubled the Didsbury batsman. A lovely correct shot, firmly driven but straight to mid-off. Anything short he is lightning quick onto, so Oulton Park will be well advised to keep it up. So last ball of the fourth over. Big shout there, but not much interest from the bowler himself. It's more the fielders, I think. Martin Roberts said no, but maiden for Martin East, so I'll be happier with that. No 4-ball at the end of that over. And a bit of encouragement for Oulton Park. You can see there that regular fall of wickets, 4 for 12 at the end there. Has really pegged them right back. And just as we're looking at that, we're looking out on the field at an immediate change of bowling. And after just 2 overs from the pace of Josh Park, Andrew Dufty, the spinner, is brought into the attack. So, gamble from Martin East. Nothing overly wrong with the 2 overs. There was a boundary in each over when he overpitched, but anyway, the Oulton Park captain deciding that he wants to make this change straight away. He's got one man right back on the leg side boundary square, but Andrew Dufty right arm over, and Tim Hughes has gone down the ground with that straight away. That's full. It's either 4 or 6. It's a huge shot 4, but not messing about, Tim, and he'll seize on anything over pitched, anything short. He's got this effortless manner of dealing with it, and that was a really impressive start. Yeah, thank you. So nice start for Tim. So Andrew Dufty brought into the attack on just this 5th over. Already going to the boundary. Tim Hughes down the pitch, nicely hit, firmly. That's quite a statement from Tim Hughes, but not untypical. There's huge gaps out there in the outfield, and that ball's still obviously very hard and new. It will travel.
Yes, go.
A little bit of football. Tim Hughes just making sure he'd smothered that completely. And he's gone down again. It's 2 full, and he will not give up, pass up the opportunity, Tim Hughes. So begins the over with a 4, ends the over with a 4. Similar sort of shot, slightly different parts of the boundary they found, but the boundary nonetheless. We're right now, so there we go. Yep. 22 have already come off these first 5 overs. 5 boundaries already. So I'll be interested to see if he continues with that little experiment, Martin East. I imagine he will, but anyway, he's going to continue bowling. And batsman yet to change ends, so it's just been all Noah Crows for Martin East to bowl at. Some years ago I was umpiring Oulton Park, and it was the time when they had a few seasons in the First Division, and I remember they were away at Christleton, and I've never known a start of a match like it. But from memory, I think Martin won the toss. I think they won the toss. Anyway, they were fielding first, Oulton Park. Matt Parkinson was opening the bowling. Well-known figure in Cheshire cricket circles. not the one playing for Lancashire now, a different Matt Parkinson. And that's cut away by Noah Crows. That's 4 runs, but 2 wide from Martin East. And yet another boundary. 6 already in this Didsbury innings. Second for Noah Crows there.
Quite a bit of difference between the two.
Just looking how long it was. It was 17 overs before Oulton Park had found the boundary 6 times. So Didsbury already in this 6th over. Our second 11 captain has just wandered past, so I assume that means short work somewhere for our team, our second team. I'm assuming in the positive. Wow. Wow. Sorry, I'm just talking to us. One of our second team players who's back from Oulton Park very early. The news there that Didsbury have won by a street with having bowled Oulton Park out for 32. So quite an afternoon so far. Yeah, well, they're a funny side. They've played so well. Your second 11 so far. Some good performances, but not today. Anyway, see how the first 11 get on. Not good for them if you're watching from the Oulton Park perspective, but great for Didsbury. 26 for non-off 6, lovely start. Andrew Duffy's second over, he's got a long on now as cover. Tim Hughes hit him twice into that area. So 2 men back, deep mid-wicket and deep and long on. Everybody else up, just getting the field sorted out. There's a slip in, you can see, short, fine leg, backward point, extra cover mid-on. There's nobody back through that gap, gosh. So that is a tempting one to find for Tim Hughes through the offside, if he is so inclined. And he's got that one away nicely, and that's going to be at least 2. He may just settle for 2. The way they're running, it looks like 2. Yeah, it is. Harry Newton, thank you, doing the fielding. So it's continuing to come nice and easily for Didsbury. All the time in the world to get these runs they require, and they'll just want to make a tidy job of this. Side chooses to bat first here and only totals 145. It's something special from the field inside. Park are pretty quiet, I have to say. They've got to keep themselves G'd up here. But it sounds to me very quiet in the outfield. And said that, I think 1 or 2 people doing their best to shout some encouragement, but True Dufty, so brought into the attack in just the 5th over. I don't know whether something with. Hello Ryan, I've heard all about it. I'll catch up with you. I'm just talking to our captain of our second 11 and wicketkeeper Ryan Wilson. That's just going to be 1 run. So the batsmen have changed ends at last. 1 run for Tim Hughes. The end of that over, 3 off it. And Didsbury on to 29 off 7. So it'll be, see that again already. Nice opening partnership. Didsbury have had those in all the games they've played this year. Oh, correction, well, 3 of the 4 games now they've played this year. They've had a decent little opening stand on this already. Very handy. So I was just talking to Ryan Wilson. He's taken 8 catches today, I believe. So I am told, which he's thinks must be some kind of record. It probably is. It'd be impossible to check, I would think. Next door 9 impossible, but wonderful achievement. So Martin, his first ball at Tim Hughes. And he's carefully forward. I was telling you about that Oulton Park game that I umpired when Martin was captain, and yeah, Matty Parkinson, a quickish bowler then. came in off the first ball. The non-striker was run out. The striker hit it firmly to square leg, and the non-striker, I think, on the basis, that's nicely fielded at backward point, no run. The non-striker thought it was so well hit it deserved a run, so he ran, but the striker just stayed where he was. It was straight to a fielder, threw it back into the non-striker was run out first ball without facing a ball, and then the second ball, Matt Parkinson will just continue after this delivery. Nicely driven, beautiful shot from Tim Hughes. It's past the fielder, and that is going to be 4 more. Once it is past the fielder, it's academic chase. It really is in most cases, and a 5th 4 for Tim Hughes. The 25 off 27. Didsbury into the 30s already, cutting his target down to size. And thank you, Lord. That looks like that yappy dog's going for a walk round the ground. Ingrid and I are both delighted. Yeah, so anyway, the second ball was bowled. It was short, and the batsman swiveled on it and smacked it for 6. And it went into round the Crystalton ground by the scorebox. There's a deep, thick hedge. There. And the ball disappeared into it. Nobody could find it. We couldn't see it, couldn't find it. So we had to get a new ball after the other one was 2 balls old. So a non-striker run out of the first ball, 6, and a lost ball off the second. Quite remarkable. Anyway, back to this game today. Tim Hughes studiously forward. Really is a lovely afternoon now. Still that very, very pleasant sun. And lovely warm afternoon. Ideal for cricket. There's just a nice little knot of people dotted around the ground, enjoying a drink, enjoying the loveliness of the surroundings. That's a nice shot from Tim Hughes. It's through the fielder, and that's going to be 4 more. I'll tell you that now. It's through the fielder at cover. Park couldn't stop it. That's 8 off the over, and last ball of the over again going for a boundary. And Didsbury just right now, well, that could get this knocked off in pretty short order. You can see the scorecard there. Lovely start, 37 off 8. Give you a clue, Oulton Park were 15 for 1 at the same stage. So all Didsbury at the moment has Noah Crows is going to have a look at Andrew Dufty now. They, as we said, the batsman swapped ends at the end of the last Andrew Dufty over for the first time. So time for Noah Crows to have a look at the off spinner. Oh, and that's well caught. It was well hit. And very well caught indeed. It was he looked like he connected very nicely with it, Noah Crows, and he had.
Mills.
Thank you, Andy Mills, the catcher. Very smart, low catch at backward square leg. It took us all a little bit by surprise. It looked like it was going to be a nice boundary at least for Noah. He caught it right at the middle of the bat, but straight to the straight at the fielder, who nonetheless had to take a very smart catch and did. And that's a lift for Oulton Park. Noah Crows out for 8. Caught by Andy Mills. So 2 boundaries that constituted that 8 runs from him. A little bit unfortunate, but nonetheless at the fielder, and it was a very fine catch. Brings in Marcus Fisher. With Didsbury having lost that first wicket, 37 the score. And that'll be a boost for Oulton Park now. They need another one quickly here to really try and put a bit of pressure on this Didsbury batting lineup. It's pretty much at full strength today in my estimation. So Oulton Park to just cling on to every scrap of encouragement they can. So Marcus Fisher. Played for Didsbury for many years, Marcus, and been very adaptable. He's had a bit of a second wind in the first 11. Brought back in. He's a very versatile player, happy to play in any of the any teams that we put out at Didsbury, but he's been earning his place in the ones and a valuable member of it as well. Opened the batting last week and bat easily at number 3, and filling anywhere in the order really. And it was his very smart catch at slip, one of the features of the Didsbury fielding effort. That's a wicket maiden, so some encouragement for Andrew Duffy there. The wicket of Noah Crows. You can see that wicket for Andrew Duffy. Not quite in the manner I think he would have been expecting it, but he'll take it nonetheless. Won't be complaining about that. So it was. It's a very good catch at backward square leg by Andy Mills. And we've got another change now. You may have heard Inga informing me. Johnny Littler is going to have a ball. Martin East 4 overs for 16. The 2 fours in the last over may have persuaded the captain that someone else will have a go, and I think this is good tactics as well, just to keep switching your bowling around. Johnny Littler bowling to Tim Hughes. That's short though, and that's not going to be good stuff at all. Anything that'll just sit up. Tim Hughes helped it on its way really. It looked effortless. Tim often makes it look effortless, and that was just an easy help round the corner. There is a man at long leg, but he could get nowhere near it. It went so quickly. So just needs to reset Johnny Littler. He's got a couple of slips and then a ring of 4 effectively on the offside. Yeah, 4. That's at one of them. We seem to have lost our video connection for the moment. I think we've got it back. There we are. So I drove that straight at the short cover. Who did you say that was? Alistair Begg in there at short cover in the firing line, if that's pitched up like that. That's a better length from Johnny Littler now. He must pitch it up on here. So with only that long leg back, there's nobody back on that leg side boundary at all. Martin East knows he's got to get these 10 wickets. They're not going to run out of time, Didsbury, so keeping the field up as much as he can. That's a bit too wide, but through the legs of Harry Newton. That's going to be a single. Bit of sloppy fielding from him. Ball was coming at him at a bit of a rate, but he'll be disappointed that slithered through for a single. That brings Marcus Fisher on strike. He's checking his guard with umpire Martin Roberts. And 2 slips backward point. Cover, short cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and long leg. Very square, long leg. Those dogs have disappeared. It's just a nice buzz of conversation. People enjoying a drink and chatting with friends and watching a Game of cricket, interesting game of cricket going on. Lovely surroundings. Oh, he's played on. Marcus Fisher has played on. Oh my goodness. Well, that's a gift. And the people watching are seeing a bit of a twist here. 2 quick wickets for Oulton Park. Marcus Fisher really frustrated with himself, but I think he was going to leave it alone. Then just hung the bat at it a little bit. Ball caught the edge, dragged onto the stumps, and Marcus Fisher is out without scoring. And that is a second wicket in quick succession for Oulton Park, which is just exactly what they needed. So wicketkeeper Charlie Lowen comes into bat. Number 4 today, Charlie. And a wicket for Johnny Littler after an unconvincing start. He pulled the length back and then got it in the right areas, and he will claim the reward of that wicket, and a good wicket as well, because Didsbury looking confident, but quick wickets always have an impact on a side, and they've just got to reassess now. As Andrew Duffy's going to start a 4th over. Now Tim Hughes has hit him down the ground a couple of times, but he's got the long on protection now as well as the deep mid wicket. Big shout there as well. John Potts not looking interested, but Oulton Park suddenly in the game. And it's a different feel to it altogether now. As I say, these spectators have got a very interesting game to watch. That's a good run from Tim Hughes, just poked out into the offside, into a gap. Smart thinking from him. So that's Charlie Lowen on strike now. A wicket keeper for Didsbury. And a good 73 last week at Chester, 46 the week before that. So it's been playing nicely, but we'll need to get a score here. Didsbury should win this game. There's no doubt about that, but they've got to get the job done, and just a little bit of a wobble here at the moment.
Good. Keep fleeting here, fellas.
Just on the leg side. So Andrew Duffy just asking questions. As we said, a fine, still very young man. A lot of experience now, so Charlie Lowen can use his feet and defend. So good over, just one off it. And that won't really come into it, I don't think, in terms of a useful comparison, but it certainly shouldn't. But it shows that early Didsbury dominance, but then the 2 wickets just pegging it back. And Didsbury just having to think again how they go about this. 103 more they need. You can see the target in the bottom of your screen there, 146. That's Johnny Littler's in. Tim Hughes just watches that through to the keeper. Man back on the cover boundary. and well, is that deep backward square leg? It is now, isn't it, really? It's not long leg, he's come round Andrew Duffy, so man back either side for Johnny Littler. That's short, there's no one there though. That's again, he's made the same mistake Johnny Littler as in the previous over. He's banged it in. Tim Hughes will not miss out on those. Very few batsmen will, in truth. It's his 8th 4, and he's on to 39. I thought he'd nicked that. Yeah, Inga did as well, but no interest from anyone. By some distance, the top score of the match this innings from Tim Hughes, on a ball 39, but he needs to go on from here for Didsbury. That 4 took the runs required into double figures, 99 more. All the time in the world to get them. To need to do the job. Okay, there, that's Danny Leach. I wouldn't mistake that voice anyway. You can hear him shouting encouragement. That's the length, that kind of line. He's banged it in twice and been hit twice, Johnny Littler. And without any protection back there forward of square, that's asking for trouble, so he'll probably keep this last one pitched up. Yes, as he does, and nicely driven though. It's only going to be a single, the man coming in from the sweeper position. And that's where Oulton Park want him to bowl, nice and full. Chance for the edge, make the batsman drive. Charlie Lowen coming down, see him just scratching out his guard. Just having a look round, so he's still got a, well, it's not the same field because the man from the offside's come round now to the covers. So there's still a man back on the leg side at deep backward square leg, but everyone in otherwise saving one and a couple of slips. Oh, that's past the edge and the over to a bit of an indeterminate shot from Charlie Lowen, but he survived. So Didsbury run rate wise well ahead. Oulton Park's rather inglorious struggle it turned into. Run rate never really getting going. About 2.5 just above for the innings.
Go, Miller.
So Duffy now will resume battle with
Straight down your throat, JP.
Tim Hughes. 2 men back, as we've been saying. I think there's a bit of goading from the Oulton Park fielders trying to encourage Tim Hughes to go down the ground again. And he has done, but into a gap, and that's only going to run one. You probably saw all of that all the way down. Just wondering, he didn't really have a good full swing of it, Tim Hughes. He just looked to find a gap in the outfield, which he did easily.
Go on the doors.
Nice tidy line and length from Andrew Duffy. What we've come to expect. That's a nice shot from Charlie Lowen now. He's used his feet and he's gone in the same direction that Tim Hughes has. Down the ground. Beautifully timed. Nobody back there, so that's a very safe shot and well executed from Charlie Lowen. It brings up the Didsbury 50, just the 13th over. Forces a fielding change. The man now back at long on. nice shot from Charlie Lowen. It's down the pitch again. Oof. That's into the chest of the man at very short mid-wicket there, and I think that's hurt him. You'll just see him down in his haunches. Jimmy O'Sullivan took that one right in the chest. Charlie Lowen down the pitch. He's a lovely timing of the ball, Charlie. And Jimmy O'Sullivan got behind it. Full credit to him for that, but oh dear, he'll be wearing one there for a little while. It's just out of your shot now, but he's back in the fray. And in action is a bit easier this time. Just down to his right hand side. So good over for Didsbury. You can see though a good opening partnership and then quick wickets. They're now past 50, 53 for 2. And Tim Hughes has looked in great form. Every other, just about every other, or certainly every Oulton Park player, it looked a bit of a real struggle to get the ball away. Rob Semi accepted, who was hitting it very cleanly in his brief but very watchable innings. Cut short by James Green, trapping him LBW. But Tim's made it so far look very comfortable. Might be able to hear the shouts from some of the Oulton Park fielders. Good length, and it is. That's the length. Just got to get it a little more online, make the batsman play. Oh, that's a lovely shot from Tim. He's at 6. That's gone way out of the ground. How does he do that? It's effortless. Just effortless. It's the second 6 of the match. Rob Semi hit a lovely straight shot in the Oulton Park innings, but that from Tim Hughes, I mean, that's worth winding back on the feed and watching again, because it just looked effortless. Just a lazy flick off a good length ball, but it went soaring out of the ground. We're going to have a slight delay actually while we find where it's gone, because it's gone out onto the road somewhere. And there's been some damage done to the fencing on that side, which means there's another gap, which makes it a little bit easier to get through at least. But one of the Didsbury, that's one of our players, I think, on the second team or the watches. Big support there. No, they're not sure where it's gone. By John Potts has come right down to have a look. Are you giving a sparing? One of the Oulton Park fielders has gone all the way over the road to find it and fetch it, and has got it. Imagine there'll be a few bumps and scuffs on it in the concrete, but that was a wonderful shot. Tim Hughes. He's gone to 47. Just 45 balls, and he's made batting look. So Rob Semi accepted. He's made batting look totally different. On a different plane from anyone else in this game. What's Johnny Littler's reply to that? Let's see. Nicely ball, good length, and Tim Hughes just defends this one. He's already made the statement in this over, but yes, as easy as you like. That's the thing with Tim. It just looks effortless. And the timing was fabulous. 59 for 2, 87 more needed for Didsbury. This 14th over. Plenty of time to get them, as we've been saying. 3 extra overs from Oulton Park, and in any case 55 should be plenty to chase that kind of total. They'll want to get rid of Tim Hughes to Oulton Park. Well, he's solidly forward there behind that. So 5 dots in that over, but that imperious 6 from Tim Hughes, really the statement shot. And you can see there, head and shoulders at the top of the order, Tim Hughes. Interesting to see what Martin East, the Oulton Park captain, does as a result of that over. Is he going to bring more changes? He's keeping Andrew Duffy going into his 6th over now from that far end. Fletcher Moss end. Now the field, where we're doing with the field now. So we've got the deep mid wicket and long on after Charlie Lowen went down the ground, and a lovely shot for 4 in the previous over. I think everyone else is in though, more or less. Yep. Jimmy O'Sullivan is in that position where he took that whack in the chest in the last over, so full marks to him for courage. He's in there again as Charlie Lowen is down the pitch. Smartly back to the bowler. On a reverse sweep, and he's very good at that shot, Charlie Lowen. Very confident. It's only his 12th ball, but he's executed a reverse sweep perfectly for 4. And that is a very difficult shot, which he makes look very easy. Nicely played from him. I don't think Andrew Duffy will be too worried. He'll think probably, well, fair enough. If you want to try it again, you're good enough to play it. That's fair enough. But that was a really well executed shot. And he's gone for it again and got him again. 4 more. He's not tried to hit it too hard. Fielder's not going to stop it. A valiant effort down there, but it is just so quick. 2 reverse sweeps in 3 balls from Charlie Lowen. 2 4's the result, and he plays that really well. He doesn't try and whack it, he just almost places it. Great hand-eye coordination. Takes the requirement under 80 now. 79 wanted for Didsbury. Charlie Lowen 3 4's, 12 not out. Partnership already up to 25, and they're just having a rethink. So now man's gone right back onto the deep, well, he's the backward point bound, deep backward point. He's on the boundary now, so there's a massive gap. You can see Danny Leach at slip, and then there's a huge gap to his right hand side. Man on the fence at backward point, and just the extra cover and mid off in on the offside. On the pitch nicely, but that's Jimmy O'Sullivan fielding well, tumbling into the shot there, and the 15th over, 8 from it. And you can see Andrew Duffy there, his 6 overs now, 25 runs. And Didsbury finding the boundary twice more in that over. Yeah, we are going to have a change. We did wonder at the end of the previous over if Martin East would keep bringing the changes, and 3 overs for Johnny Littler, and we're going to see Harry Newton bowling from this Parswood end. 67 for 2 Didsbury after 15. Oulton Park with 31 for 1 at the same stage, so it just graphically illustrates the difference The struggles Oulton Park have. They managed. Didsbury have already hit 13 fours and a 6, and Oulton Park managed just 17 fours in their whole innings. 51.5 overs. So Didsbury have all found it a very different game. So Harry Newton bowling to Tim Hughes, who's on 47. What's he got here? A deep mid-wicket. Everybody else in. Tim Hughes goes down the ground, hits hard, but a bit of juggling, but stopped. I thought that might have bobbled past him there. It was a little bit casual, deep mid off, but stopped, no run. Johnny Littler there, keeping the batsman pegged down, but he's gone down the pitch and he's dissected the two fielders there, Tim Hughes. That's not his best shot. Bit casual, bit of a slap actually. It's a single. And I just hope from the Didsbury perspective he just has a think there, Tim Hughes, because he was not at the pitch of the ball there. It dissected the two men who were on the edge of the 30-yard circle at mid-off and mid-on. Wasn't, in the end, not a chance, but it wasn't not a shot with which he would. I mean, he's played so well, and not a shot he'd want to grace his innings to date. Anyway, he's got away with it. He's got a single, 68 for 2. It's Charlie Lowen on strike now. Driving nicely. Straight at the captain there at short cover. Or short extra cover, actually. Or technically. And again, he's pinging it in. You say he's a spin bowler, Inga, but he's pinging that down, young Harry. And it's tidy over, one off it. And forced a not particularly convincing shot from Tim Hughes. It's the one run from it, so 68 for 2 off 16. So Andrew Duffy is going to bowl his 7th over. Tim Hughes on 48. Facing him. Can't find that one of those gaps on the offside. Sam Martinez coming around from mid-on. Sorry, correction, mid-off. Oh, that's just past the edge. The cries of anguish from the Oulton Park fielders there, very close to a breakthrough there. Tim Hughes survives that. And now he's gone for the reverse sweep, and he's got it away. He's going to cut it off in time, but yeah, he's going to get 2 and he's going to get an excellent 50. And you can hopefully hear the round of applause for Tim Hughes, and thoroughly deserved. Just 55 balls, a 6 and 8 fours, and he, as we've been saying, has made it look a totally different game to that being played by anybody else here today. Didn't nail the reverse sweep in the way Charlie Lowen did in the previous Andrew Duffy over. But nonetheless, that's an excellent innings from Tim Hughes. First 50 of the season for him. And he'll want to go on from here now and really make this count. He's got all the time in the world and all the opportunity he will require. It's been almost halfway to their requirement. Quicker one from Andrew Duffy. Hughes again just fences out a little uncertainly. Solidly forward, so good over for Andrew Duffy. Is 2 from it, but they took Tim Hughes to that half century by some distance the highest score of the match. And Didsbury 70 for 2 in the after 17 overs. Newton. A couple of balls at Charlie Lowen in the last over, and he a tall young man, but for a spinner, as I say, there was some pace on those deliveries, and he's pinging it through. It's nice action, nice and controlled, and Charlie's gone for that reverse sweep again, but he's found the slip fielder this time. A bit of action for Danny Leach. So they know that shot is in the locker well and truly, Oulton Park. But, he's gone for it again, and he's found a fielder again, Charlie Lowen. That's an east is at backward point, just about on the circle. Again, hit that too well, straight to him. Really a little bit either side, might have been runs. More orthodox shot this time. Can't quite see all the fielders. They're all fairly well back on the 30-yard circle. But so there was nobody back, but mid-on has gone back to long on now. So there is that gap down the ground for the single. Oh, and sort of a ramp shot from Charlie Lowen. It's going to get him a couple. It's not by any means come off the middle, but a little flick. Nonchalant shot. 2 runs, plenty of confidence from Charlie Lowen. Getting good touch again. A quicker ball again from Harry Newton. It really is it's a medium pace delivery, that Inga. Dot ball. Finished the over. So Didsbury, as you can see, have been dominant largely. 72 for 2 in this 18 after 18 overs. So those 2 wickets in 2 overs gave Oulton Park a little bit glimmer of hope, but this partnership of 30 now in good time, just 8 overs, has for now anyway calmed any Didsbury nerves that they might have been having. Tim Hughes has got that big gap on the offside again to aim at if he wants to, if the ball's there. And that's the one. Yeah, he's just going to get an easy, might get 2 if he really pushes. Nope, just 1. One coming round from the deep backward point boundary. So Didsbury exactly halfway now, 73 for 2, and they need another 73 to round off what will be an excellent afternoon's work, if they can do that. No reason why they shouldn't. And that's a nice shot from Charlie Lowen. It's going to be fielded on the boundary, and well fielded actually as well. And coming round from long on. Hopefully we're a little more in sync now. I believe I've been informed we're having some technical issues off the field, but apologies for that. And anyway, that's hopefully not spoilt your enjoyment of the super batting. You see another nicely stroked single by Tim Hughes. He's calling for a drink. And hot work. Well, I don't know why he'd want a drink, because it's looked ever so easy for him. But it must be very warm out there. Last ball of this 19th over. Charlie Lowen down the pitch, and he's only going to get a single. I didn't know if he did it hard enough, but it's easily rolled out. So, big gaps there. Easy run. 4 off the over. So Didsbury on to 76 for 2, and you can see this partnership now building nicely as well. 34. Oh, I made that over. Oh, we've got another miscount here. I apologise, that's definitely another miscount. We had one in the first innings, and it's not too significant to run. So there we are. So that is the end of the 19th over, and the partnership's grown by 1 since we last looked at that. 35 now off well, it should be 9 overs, but we had a 7-ball over and a 5-baller in the first innings. So 77 for 2. Tim Hughes now on to 53. And Tim Hughes just getting a drink out of your shot. He's coming back to face Harry Newton. So 69 required. All the time in the world to get them. Still 39 overs notionally remaining. As Harry Newton drifts one up there. He's been firing them in, and then that was noticeably slower. Still very tempting ball to hit. That's more like the pace he's been bowling, or quicker. Fizzing through. Strong action this young man's got. This is good tidy stuff though from the young man. Just keeping Tim Hughes quiet. Desperate for a wicket, Oulton Park, and that's the only way that they can have any chance of taking anything from the game, as it is just on a couple of points at the moment. Another wicket will get them a point, but Tim Hughes has got the reverse sweep away. That's Martinez scuttling after it. I think he's going to cut it off okay, yeah, but he can't prevent the 2. Tidy reverse sweep. Didsbury profiting well from that shot. And there you can see 79 for 2 after the first 20 overs. And these two looking in good touch. 37 they've added in just over 10 overs without taking any real risks. See the batsman having a chat there, and saying, I would imagine, let's keep this going. Find these gaps. There's that huge gap again on the offside for Charlie Lowen to find if he wishes. 2 men back on the leg side boundary. Moved off the end. Tim Hughes down the ground. Oof, he's appealing for that, and there's a bit of confusion here, and Tim Hughes is going to have to get a move on. He did. Sorry, that was Charlie Lowen, of course. Hit the ball straight back at the stumps. There was a shout for a bowler getting a finger on the ball. Umpire John Potts said no, it deflected out to mid-off, and then Tim Hughes realised that Charlie Lowen was running towards him, scurried off down the pitch. In the end got home okay, but again a bit of a heart-in-mouth moment. Silly run out would be the last thing Didsbury needed, but anyway, that's all done now, and that's easily turned away for a nice single into the leg side. Split the close ring there, Tim Hughes. Just keep the scoreboard ticking and the strike rotating. Down the pitch, and that's 4. Lovely shot from Charlie Lowen. As we said, those big gaps on the offside. and past the man at extra cover is going to be 4. We were right behind that. Finger and I in the score box here we're commentating from, and lovely shot all along the ground. It was not very far away from the extra cover fielder, but couldn't get to it. No blame on him, it was a nicely hit shot. Charlie Lowen into the 20s already, 4 fours in his 21. Just 29 balls that's taken him. Looking very assured. So Andrew Duffy in again, hit hard down the ground, but straight to mid-off. No need to take any risky runs here. Didsbury 85 for 2. That's a nice easy single, that big gap we've talked about. So 7 off that over without any real trouble at all. See the Oulton Park bowlers have all tried hard enough, but too many boundary balls have been bowled, I'm afraid. 14 fours and a 6 already for Didsbury, as we were saying, just 17 and a 6 in the whole Oulton Park innings. And, be interesting to see if Martin East persists with Andrew Duffy. Persisting with Harry Newton, and rightly so. He's bowled a tidy little 3 overs here. That's a bit of a slap out, not timed at all by Charlie Lowen. You probably heard that clonk off the bat. Was probably onto him a bit quicker than he thought, but nonetheless, pounds the big gap. An easy single, so requirement now under 60, 59 required. Tim Hughes can hit that anywhere he wants, and he's going to get 4. That's not a great effort, I have to say, at extra cover. The lethargic attempt to swoop down, and that sort of thing is not what you need as a fielding side. You need absolute commitment, and it was a bit of a lazy, hopeful grab down with the hand, nowhere near the ball, and 4 runs the result. Another 4 for Tim Hughes, his 9th. As he moves on to 60. And the partnership now just 1 away from 50. And there it is. See that 50 partnership coming up. In good time as well. Let's put that on the screen there for you. And that's a lovely shot from Charlie Lowen. 4 more. Effortlessly hit. Slightly over pitched. And another boundary, the result. It's his 5th as well, in his 27. And this partnership 54, just 70 balls that took. So 96 for 2. after 22 overs. And Didsbury now just needing 50 more. We are going to see a change from that far end, as we did wonder. 9 overs from Andrew Dufty. The 1 wicket for him, but no further encouragement. And Ben Ainsworth is going to have a go from the far end, the Fletcher Moss end. Just wondering what he can do, and there's a bit of a resigned look and feel about the Oulton Park effort, I have to say. And I don't know about you, but they've got to keep fighting for as many points as they can get. Was just pointing out to me, it's a young Oulton Park side out here today. It'll be an experience for them, just how the game can be. They've got to keep battling. Another wicket is another point at least, and just going to keep scrapping for what they've got. Ben Ainsworth bustling in, right arm over. Number of gaps now. There's a man right back on the cover boundary. Backward point is very deep, and the touch these two are showing, it's going to take something either very silly from them or very special from the Oulton Park bowlers to see the back of them. It's looking very well set at the moment. Charlie Lowen just composing himself. That's new challenge. Slim hold. We'll see Josh Park again. Do you think something's up with him? Do you think we'll see Josh Park again, or do you think something was up with him if we only had 2 overs? Hard to say. We're just wondering about the opening bowler, Oulton Park, Josh Park, left arm, only bowled 2 overs. But he might be another option as well. For the minute, Ben Ainsworth is punched out firmly by Charlie Lowen into the offside single. Easy run there with the man on the sweeper position. Yeah, that's all he can do. We're just saying, I might as well just keep changing around with your bowlers. Nothing to lose now at this stage, and keeps the Didsbury batsman guessing a little bit, not getting into too much of a groove against a particular bowler. It's 48 the requirement now. Nice shot from Tim Hughes. Can't get it past backward point though. Well fielded. That's a tidy bit of fielding. Harry Newton, and we'll probably see bowling in a minute. He stopped a certain boundary then, so that's more like it from the Oulton Park fielders. 98 for 2 off 23 overs. Just having a bit of a conflab just out of your shot there, but Martin East is standing with, that is Harry Newton he's standing with, isn't he? Just having a chat about who's going to be where, and discussing options for boundary fielders, where he might want them. So a little bit of a delay. You can see the 2 batsmen just waiting to see what fielding positions are that will face them. Are they going to keep everybody in now, or are they going to still push a few men back? They've got a man back at deep backward square leg and deep mid wicket. long, or mid-on is going back to long-on, and mid-off is going back to long-off. Now, I must say I don't quite understand this, because like we were saying, you've got to pressure the batsman into making mistakes, really, and these are just easy runs down the ground and long. Be very surprised if either of these batsmen went for the big shot with all the field back. It'll just looks like it's there to hit, but it's a quicker ball and dabbed away nicely by Charlie Lowen. Stopped. He's sawing the shot there. Ali Beg, thank you, Inge. One for Charlie Lowen. So Tim Hughes on strike. 62 not out. He's batted wonderfully well. Apart from one slightly casual drive down the ground, he's been a real joy to watch, and certainly for Didsbury today. He's carefully defends that over, so well bowled Harry Newton, just one off that over, 24th. So Ben Ainsworth it will be to have a second over. Just a couple of his first. Charlie Lowen on strike. And dabbing that away nicely. Might be a couple here actually if they go. It's pushed it far enough behind. Yeah, and nicely run Charlie Lowen. Saw the opportunity for two straight away, and he was back for that. And 100 up for Didsbury in the 25th over. And all set fair for them. Now it's 45 more required. Charlie Lowen goes into the 30s, 31 not out. And he's nicked that, yes he has. And we heard it all, he nicked it, and just as he was saying it's all set fair, an edge through to the wicket keeper and gives Ben Ainsworth a wicket, and Oulton Park a point as Charlie Lowen departs for a very well made 31. 41 balls here with 5 fours, and he'll get a good round of applause from his teammates. He's really helped to steady that Didsbury innings. As he gets a good round of applause coming back in. 59 he put on for that third wicket with Tim Hughes. 87 balls. So it's just roughly just over 14 overs. Steve Green, yes, sorry, Ingram, I'm forgetting my manners here, just informing my scoring colleague, the new batsman, the left-handed Steve Green. Coming to the crease. Just looking at the note and the time down, about just 8 minutes to 5, and a glorious late spring, early summer afternoon, as we've been saying at Didsbury. It's as good as it looks on your screen, and lovely and warm as well. It's a great Steve Green, good bowling spell from him earlier. Proved very difficult to get away. 2 for 48 from 16 overs. Now a job to do with the bat as Ben Ainsworth's into him. He's had a bit of ill luck so far this year, Steve Green. He was in the first game of the season, he was obviously put off by a booming PA announcement made by the radio station that was at the Toft Open day, right in the middle of the delivery. Boomed out of the pin, he chopped on. He got one that kept low first ball here against Hyde and trapped him in front LBW. Oof, and that's whizzed past the edge. That was decent pace. Ben Ainsworth, it looked like there was something in that. Bit of encouragement for him. He got more of a start last week at Chester, Steve, but then the casual shot to backward point. But nonetheless, he'll be looking to field bat on ball there. That's at least have a bit more time in the middle with bat in hand. Plenty of time, ideal circumstances really. Just a small target required now, 45 more required. You can see in the bottom of your screen there. Oulton Park 145 all out. The last ball of Ben Ainsworth's second over. It's driven nicely, firmly, but straight to mid-off, no run, so just the 2 off the first ball and that key wicket of Charlie Lowen. So that'll do Ben Ainsworth the power of good, confidence-wise. You can see that fine third wicket partnership, good opening partnership as well, and that fine third wicket partnership of 59 between Tim Hughes and Charlie Lowen. Will continue. Good little spell this, 5 overs for 16, but he's asked some questions of the batsman. Pretty accurate. And varying his pace nicely. That one that Tim Hughes grew up in at thin air. There's plenty of runs on this offside. There's a short cover and backward point, a big gap through cover. There's a man on the boundary, on the cover boundary. So some protection there. 2 back on the leg side boundary and mid wicket, so again anywhere round square. But, this is tidy stuff from Harry Newton. Yeah, on as well, that we're just having a look. Oh, that's well fielded though by Harry Newton, down smartly off his own bowling. That's a full toss. That should be not he can't even get a run for it, Tim Hughes. So that's the first one of those he's bowled. His length's been pretty good, Harry Newton, bearing his pace, and he's done well there. He's got through that over very quickly, and it's a maiden. Nice changes of pace, very tidy from him. Just the third maiden of the innings. See there Tim Hughes leading the way for Didsbury. Fine innings from him so far. Just gone a little bit quiet in the scoring in the last few overs. It's off the edge but down, nicely fielded. That's better from Oulton Park. It's the sort of thing again where it's easy to let that bobble pass, but smartly down. Is that Andy Mills to a backward point? Andy Mills at backward point? Harry Newton again. I'm getting my Oulton Park fielders mixed up, but down smartly. Just 5 runs off the last 3 and a bit overs. That's short hit away, but down to where Andy Mills is. It was well hit by Steve Green, short ball, but the man there at well, a long leg really, was hit straight to him. Steve Green will be a little bit disappointed as he caught that nicely, but straight at the man. But nonetheless, he's away. Single for him, and now field changes for Tim. He's still got a couple of slips in. Can't quite see them. You might see the wicketkeeper Rob Semi just went and chat with them. Backward point, cover on the boundary. And the extra cover and mid off. Shot down the ground, lovely shot from Tim Hughes. That's beautifully hit. Beautifully hit down the ground for 4. His 10th 4, and I was just looking. He's had a spell of 12, string of 12 dot balls, which is the quietest he's been in this innings, and I was wondering if he might fret a little bit, but none of that. He just waited for that ball over pitched. Only just over pitched, a fraction over pitched, but a fine on drive, not an easy shot to play. It was all along the ground, rocketed past mid on, no chance of stopping that for the result. And a pleasing feeling that will be for Tim Hughes. It's batted beautifully, really. 6 and 10 fours now for him in this 66. And that's fielded at backward point on the 30-yard circle. So 5 off that over. See the Oulton Park bowlers, have had 6 of them now. They've been unable to make any real impact. That brief moment with 2 quick wickets, but that occurred. But when was that now? Back in the between overs 8 and 10. But, I know they fell well short with the bat, and just got to try and fight for as much as they can out of the game. 40 the requirement for Didsbury. He's going to come around the wicket and just observing a change of line to the left-handed Steve Green from Harry Newton. Nobody back on the leg side, I think I'm right in saying, yeah. And they're just looking at it now. In fact, having said that, man's coming trotting out now to deep mid-wicket. So there's the man coming across to short mid-wicket. That's Jimmy O'Sullivan, so on right back on the leg side boundary now. Nobody back on the offside boundary. It's just one man back, and I think that's a fair enough field. Make the batsman hit. I'll find a gap, so he's got a bottom edge of something on that, I think. It's going to be 2 something. We might be getting a signal. No, it's 2 byes. 2 byes. The result, and Inga will join me in marking this historic moment of the first extras of the Oulton Park innings in the 28th over, which is quite unusual. Tight effort though, no wides or no balls. I think we've only had 1 wide all day. No balls from any of the bowlers. Oh, that looked like it kept a little bit low there to me, but Steve Green not troubled by that one, squirted it round, but Martin East at backward square leg. At the possibility of a run. Slow ball, nicely held back, nicely disguised, Harry Newton. Think of where those sweets gone. You did have them somewhere. I was helping myself while you weren't looking. Oh, lovely, thank you. Oh, very nice. That's straight down to a deep mid-off. No, so a maiden over, but the 2 byes off it. This time against the bowler. 108 for 3. Now we're going to have a drink. We're going to have a drink. So we'll just pause things for a moment. We have the drinks break. 108 for 3. Didsbury need 38 more. Still 30 overs, loads of time. That's not going to be an issue. And we will join you when the play resumes again with our commentary in 3 or 4 minutes' time. So just about ready to go again after our drinks break. Yeah, we're ready. Just signalling to John Potts, the umpire, who's going to start play again from that far end with this is going to be Ben Ainsworth, the ball into Tim Hughes. And nicely played by Tim Hughes. Up to mid-off. He's been a real standout batsman today. 66 not out now, 91 balls as you can see, but it's been a lovely innings. Hitting the ball very cleanly. 10 fours and then imperious 6 that went some way onto the road that runs alongside the right hand side of the ground here as you are looking at your screen. Busy main thoroughfare it is. It's quite something actually. Animal cars and pedestrians don't get hit. There are balls that fly out there sometimes, but oh, just a bit unsure there. Tim played it back into his pad. No ball. Thank you. Inga on the ball while I'm looking at something else. So no ball. First one of the match from Ben Ainsworth. Let's go to 109, so 37 more required. It's been quieter, just 11 runs, correction 10 off the last 5 overs from the wicket. But given the speed at which Didsbury have been scoring, touching 4 and over around that sort of area, compared to the 2.5 that Oulton Park managed throughout their innings. The overs have always delivering plenty of overs to get the runs. That's very full, but down the leg side. Misdirected. So these quiet little scoring spells won't trouble the home side. They've just got to start again rotating. They know that the game's completely within their grasp. Just got to finish it off now. Fine bowling performance earlier. And, a good batting performance generally. He's hitting it back nicely, but well fielded by Ben Ainsworth. Showing a bit of passion here, a bit of ticker, as the Australians would say. Good for him. It's a lovely and warm afternoon. I've been out in the middle. Just, all the players were having a drink, and it really is absolutely glorious. It's too short. Hammered by Tim Hughes through the gap, and that's a poor end to the over from Ben Ainsworth. That's a shame because it was a good feisty over testing, and then just gave Tim Hughes one to hit, and that's been the story too often for Oulton Park. There's just been a ball to hit every over. And that one, as like a long before them, has gone to the boundary. It's bring it to 113 for 3. Tim Hughes now on to 70. That's his 11th 4. To go with that big 6 we were talking about. And taking the pressure right off. That's Harry Newton starts another over to Steve Green. It's down the pitch. He's sliced that. He's going to be out. He should be. Oh no, it's misjudged. Oh dear, misjudged at deep extra cover. That's Ben Ainsworth, the guy who's just bowled the previous over. I don't know whether he was what was going on there, but it seemed to be going to be completely easily looped to him. But then he is looking into the sun. Inga points out it's quite right, and just a misjudgment over his head, and a chance went begging. He's dropped back to the fence now to deep mid-wicket. Disappointed about that, but there we are. I don't think, in all fairness, it's going to make too much difference, although they've got to keep fighting for every point. Oulton Park, 5 wickets will be their next landmark for another bowling point. 3, 5, 7 and 9 wickets are the stages at which you can attain bowling points in the innings. That's a quicker ball, fired right through from Harry Newton. You can just disguise that a little better. That'll be a really handy ball to have in his armoury. Nothing else for Tim Hughes to hit there, though. It's a good over again. He's bowled very well, I think, Harry Newton. Varied the pace. Asked questions, making the batsman play. And he can be pleased with that. You can see there just how easily Didsbury have outscored Oulton Park. But, it's been one of those afternoons where the home side have just got right on top. It didn't look good when they lost the toss. Nick Anderson, the captain, talking to me before start of play. The morning, from his perspective, yet another lost toss, but it doesn't look as though it's going to have done any harm to his team at all. They look well set for the win here. They should certainly do it. 32 required. That's short, and it's going to be 4 runs for Steve Green. He's back. he's rather through the gap. Steve Green just leaning back, and just a nice, elegant cut for 4 runs. Just caused a bit of a rethink in the Oulton Park field. The man's going back now. Andrew Duffy, that is going right back onto the sweeper position, the cover boundary. And that was just hit through Squidderton to the left of the umpire. Nicely bowled, nicely hit as well, but straight to Martin East, the captain at mid-on. You can just see him in your picture there. No run. Might have been one if they'd have gone straight away, but there's no need for any risks like that. Just want to make sure of the wind, Didsbury, and 28 away now. Oh, that's a great shot from Steve Green, a lovely pull, and that's gone all the way. Another 6. That was short, but he was onto it in a flash, Steve Green. And the first shot of the over, the 4 was very elegant. That was dismissive. Quickly onto it, saw the length very early, and bang. And that's another trip onto across the main road, I'm afraid, for one of the Oulton Park fielders. And it's very busy out there, so they're just going to have to wait until a suitable gap. Hopefully they won't do anything to any harm. And you can see where the ball's gone. Oh, it's gone into someone's garden. That was a lovely hit. See umpire John Potts wandering out of shot. He's just gone to see if they can see where it's gone. The 2 batsmen there standing right in the middle of the pitch as well, gentlemen. What are you doing? I wouldn't have them standing there. But, well, I care, Inga. Nothing standing there at all, but there we are. Not my problem today. I think we've got... Yes, we found the ball. Well done, gentlemen. To Oulton Park fielders who scurried back to find that. And that's the second time it's disappeared out of that part of the ground.
Let's just say there's only a few loose.
Oh, you dropped something! Ali, the umpire's on the... You dropped something on the...
So it's we're just having a look at the ball. I think that's the correct thing to do, isn't it? Yeah. So that's probably got a few dints and scuffs on it now, but John Potts, the umpire, seems happy enough with things. He's put... Oh, was that the spur? And he's put that back in his pocket. Right, okay. So we're good to go. Ben Ainsworth in again. Steve Green. What's he going to do now? Just defends carefully. That was 2 super shots in this over from Steve Green. Ainsworth's just lost his run there. You turn out to be able to see the light now with the sun on it, so get this out. Oops. There we are. Just sure the umpires have seen our signal. And so down the pitch, Steve Green, and he's hooked that again. He's caused the length. That's 6 more. Not gone as far as the other one, but a bit of kidology from Steve Green coming down the pitch. The bowler took it, banged it in. Steve Green on the swivel. Another 6. 16 off this over, and just 16 required now. And although it didn't go as far, it's bounced off the tarmac around the car park and it's gone over the road yet again. So another hazardous trip across the 5145. But he's found the ball easily enough, the Oulton Park fielder. And that's good news. The traffic stopped for him, thankfully. He's got spikes on. It's very difficult walking on concrete with those. He'll be slipping on the road. But all is well. So a terrific over. So it's just been a bit of a quiet scoring spell, and then suddenly it all changed. And any lingering hopes that Oulton Park might have had of taking anything more from this game, I think just about done now. Resigned air about them in the field. The last ball of this 31st over. That's a full toss, and Steve Green's guarded it away. He's going to get a single smartly around. A no ball again. Called no ball, and I presume. Oh, it's his foot fault. Yeah, it's not a height thing. So a no ball and a single for Steve Green, who just nudged it away. Behind square. Well fielded. Good effort in the field. So Steve Green on to 19. A runner ball 19 for him. Tim Hughes now to face. Should be the last ball of the over, and it's down the leg side, and umpire looks like he was twitching to wide up but decided not to. Dot ball is the result. So the end of a very good over for Didsbury, 18 in total from it, and you can see that this partnership already for the fourth wicket, another good one after the first and third wickets. 31 in good time, just 7 overs by these two. That's taken Didsbury to the brink of what will be an excellent win for them. $132 for 3 after 31 overs. And they have really made a decent job of this reply. A little bit disappointed if they've been critical with the wickets they've lost, but I don't think that's going to matter too much, really. Just want the 25 points, and obviously they can do it in a pretty stylish manner as well. Steve Green now next to try the reverse sweep. Missing on that occasion. But, I say an excellent effort in the field to restrict Oulton Park. That looked like a bit of an attempted ramp, but it too much bat on it. Went to backward square leg. Was fielded. Quicker ball. Steve Green reading it nicely. Oh, nicely done. That's going to be 4, I think. Again, he's guarded it away past backward point. 4 runs for Steve Green. Another boundary for him. He guided that nicely behind backward point. He's racing along 23 of 24 balls now, and the requirement down to just 10. Oh, looped right up by Harry Newton, nicely disguised. But it'll just be a single, and he's counting well, Steve Green, as well, because he's pinched the strike. 5 off that over. Then you can see total dominance from the Didsbury batting. Tim Hughes leading the way with that superb 70 at the top. Nice innings from Charlie Lowen as well, and now Steve Green looking in great touch. These two have added 36 already, and it's a matter of 9 more runs to seal a what will be a comprehensive win for the home side, and that'll be successive wins for them, 3 out of 4 at the start of the season. As we are going to see, as Inga informed me, the Oulton Park captain coming back, Martin. So I can only assume Josh Park's done himself a mischief somewhere. He to have 2 overs is quite strange for the opening bowler, unless something is up. So Martinez, a ring round the bat apart from the man right back on the leg side boundary at mid wicket. Short fine leg on the circle as he's in round the wicket to Steve Green. Straight back to him. Nicely driven by Steve Green. Single for him. That brings Tim Hughes on strike now. Tim, what will you try and do? Lovely shot, but it's not going to be any runs, unfortunately. He's hit it too well. And back at deep mid off. In the end, just the one off the over from Martin East. Return to the attack. .38 for 3 there. You can see Oulton Park attack. Plenty of variety. Tried a number of different options, but only sporadic joy, I'm afraid, for them today. But, Didsbury have dominated, really. Just ticking around to around 5:30. It's a lovely, lovely afternoon. 8 runs required. Steve Green on strike now, facing Harry Newton down the pitch. Steve Green, he could have got 2 possibly, but it's only going to be 1. So Tim Hughes now to face Harry Newton. Oh, lovely shot, but it's straight to the fielder. Oh, he's nailed it. Straight to Ben Ainsworth, who's on the deep mid-wicket boundary. And what a shame that is for Tim Hughes, whose fine innings comes to an end. Caught by Ben Ainsworth. He nailed the sweep shot, but unfortunately for him, it was straight to the man on the fence, Ben Ainsworth. So he's out for a fine 70, 108 balls. And he has to depart, but he's set Didsbury well on the way. To this victory as Captain Nick Anderson comes in. 70 for Tim Hughes. 108 balls. It was that fabulous 6 that'll live long in the memory with me, and the 11 fours as well. Super display. I'll be disappointed to have got out in that manner, but he's done his job for his team very much today. Didsbury just 7 runs away from what will be an excellent win for them. Nick Anderson just having a little look around the field, taking guard. A nice situation for him to be coming into bat, no pressure. It's a looping delivery from Harry Newton, but just played carefully back by the Didsbury captain, who will certainly won't want to get out. And he's off the mark as well with a single. Nice easy run into that gap on the offside. 6 more required. Whether Steve Green would be tempted to go for it in one hit, it would be a bit ambitious at this end, but we'll see. As long as they get them Didsbury, that's all that matters. And he's going to take a single. The last ball of the over. And too long on. Keeps the strike, so you can see that Worm tells the story of the Didsbury dominance. Always been in front in this game, and after pegging that Oulton Park run rate back so well for so long, they've earned the right to be in this dominant position. There's 5 more wanted. So 10 overs for Harry Newton and 1 for 25, and I think he's deserved something from a very good spell. He's kept the scoring down, varied his pace nicely, asked questions. The batsmen have had very little they could leave alone. They've had to play and play and play. That's how it should be. Martin Easton round the wicket to Steve Green, and that's down the ground, and that's out as well. That's a sloppy wicket. That's another sloppy wicket from my perspective. Oulton Park will be delighted because it's another point. And Josh Park, who we were mentioning earlier, has taken it at mid-off. That's a bit of a shame for Steve Green as well, because he's gone after an excellent 27 off 31 balls. 2 fours and 2 imperious sixes. And that's just taken the gloss really for me off this dominance of the Didsbury show. There's no real excitement from the Oulton Park fielders either. Sam Leach has come out to bat, and as Inga points out, that is another bowling point. So they can at least take a crumb of comfort from that, Oulton Park, although there's no celebrating as such. They know that they are going to lose the game. It's nonetheless a bit of an untidy end from Didsbury's perspective. The 2 set batsmen both falling within an over of each other. So Sam Leach, just a chance for a few hits for him. Back over the wicket now, Martin East. We were talking earlier about that fine innings Sam played last year at Oulton Park, 94 I think he hit. Magnificent effort. Rescuing Didsbury from the perils of 29 for 6, posted over 250 in the end, and this innings was a big part of it that day. Oh, and he's gone for a huge hit there and inside edged it onto his pad. I certainly would not want to see another wicket here, because that really would be untidy. Just compose yourself, Sam. Oh, a slow ball, and it's a bit of a leading edge, I think, back to the bowler. It again. And that's a wicket maiden from Captain Martin East. Doesn't seem particularly thrilled about it, but it's nonetheless a little achievement for him. So Harry Newton to continue his 11th over. Nick Anderson, the Didsbury captain. Strike. There's a run there, boys, surely. No, decide not to, and a good throw back in, actually. There might have been a run if they both have gone, but so I just need to focus here, and Didsbury need to focus just to get these runs scored, the 5 they need. Quicker ball from Harry Newton. It through nicely. That's nicely played by Nick Anderson. There should be 2 there if they want them. Yes, an easy 2 in the end for him. Oh, just 1. And I thought there should have been 2 there, but there we are. I've put 2 down already on the score, but we'll change that off and make it 1. 1 off. It is off the last ball of the over. See those on the run rate graph there, those quick wickets, those 2 circles just at the peak of the Didsbury run rate. Just Tim Hughes, Steve Green. It's departing within a few balls of each other, and just taking the gloss slightly off. Otherwise very impressive batting effort from Didsbury. Martin East, perhaps he should have started from that far end. He's having a decent little spell here. It's his 3rd over, and he's only conceded 1 run from that end, and the wicket as well. Nick Anderson drives to mid on. So just 4 required, and excuse me, Didsbury will be looking to do it with a boundary, do it in style. The ball is there to hit, but no chances being taken so far. Nick just chatting with Oulton Park wicketkeeper Rob Semi, good friends of course. Cheshire colleagues of course. Nick the T20 captain, that's shot through the off. No, he's not got hold of it. It's only going to be 1, just 1 for Didsbury captain. So just 3 more needed for Didsbury. Sam Leach be thinking. Slower ball. Just carefully defends it. Well, that's just short of backward point. Oh, just short. Yes, it did. That could have been another tidy moment. Sam Leach not quite in control of that. But yes, it just died on him, crucially for Didsbury at the important moment. Not a catch, just bounced right in front of the backward point. Sam Leach survives. So will this be the last over of the game? We wonder. Should be. It's 3 needed. We'll see what results. Deep mid wicket is back. He's the only man back, but we'll see. Back as well. Didsbury making a bit of a meal of this last winning hit, getting these winning runs. Another change of pace from Harry Newton. He's been with some excellent control today. Nice shot from Nick Anderson. Now that might be the winning hit. It's going to be, yes, it is going to be the winning hit. They're not going to stop it. The fielders are giving it up. 4 runs for Nick Anderson and the win for Didsbury. 5-wicket win, and in the end, emphatic enough. A little bit of a wobble as they lost the wickets of Tim Hughes and Steve Green, but nonetheless they'll be absolutely delighted with that performance to win their game by 5 wickets after being after the opposition Oulton Park chose to bat. Just going to check with Inga, she's happy with my points. Pardon? Yeah. Just checking, it's 4 points for Oulton Park in total. Yep. So we're going to save that and put that onto our various systems. But as you can see there, 147 for 5. Didsbury win by 5 wickets. Nick Anderson, the captain, hitting the winning boundary. And that will be a delighted Didsbury side. Successive wins for them, and a good win, as I say, after being asked to field first on this good pitch, fast outfield. They're restricted, the visitors, to just 145 in a very disciplined show of bowling. No batsman getting more than, the highest score was 24 for Oulton Park, and as the players are applauded off, shake hands at the end of a good-natured game, Didsbury can reflect on a job very well done. Tim Hughes 70, the standout batsman of the day. Good contributions from Charlie Lowen, 31, and Steve Green with 27. But a comprehensive 5-wicket win for Didsbury, 25 points, and a wonderful afternoon for cricket. Thank you for joining us. We've got another game tomorrow in the National Knockout Cup, Didsbury playing Widnes, so if you're able to join us for that, starts at 1 o'clock. So we'll be streaming just before that point. But for now, this is James Emerson. My thanks to my fellow scorer Inga Beavers. It's been spot on as ever, and thank you for joining us, and I hope you've enjoyed our coverage from Didsbury this afternoon.